es Paola Patricia Laura Huaycho. Esta es mi primera carpa. Y yo voy con mi papá, con mi mamá, los tres vamos a trabajar a una carpa. Pues en la mañana salimos a las 6 de la mañana hasta las 9 de la mañana trabajamos. En las noches también vamos a regar. A partir de las 6 de la tarde salimos hasta 8 estamos. Tengo orégano, frutilla, canela, también tengo el cale, después lechugas suizas estoy sacando. La misuna, la rúcula, tengo la hierbabuena, toronjil, zucchini también estamos sacando y menta también tengo. Aquí tengo más oréganos, más tomillos, y la frutilla. Está más saliendo la verdura, porque la gente está diciendo ecológico, están buscando más con la enfermedad. Los productores no paramos. Yo soy productora y continúo produciendo para asegurar la alimentación de la población. Cuídate y quédate en casa.
Yanaway, Mudapu Manaway, Muwon Uyanaway, Mama Man o Aubanam.
Tanang utusin. Dari
Estamos aquí en el vivero que tenemos de la Asociación de los Productores de Café, un rubro el cual pensamos nosotros y tenemos la fe que es el que nos va a sacar hacia adelante después que pase esta pandemia. Ya estamos trasplantando hacia las bolsas y después entonces las vamos a comercializar hacia los productores. Si sigue la pandemia, nosotros tendríamos que utilizar la tecnología a través de los celulares para contactar a los productores y venderle el producto. Tenemos una producción de codornices que ya está empezando a tener sus primeras posturas. Es lo que nosotros queremos tener para poder salir adelante después que termine este periodo que nos tenemos nosotros en confinamiento en casa.
La comercialización en estos momentos está un poco difícil, ya que por el asunto del coronavirus pues no podemos atender a los clientes en sus hogares. Lo que hacemos es que nos comunicamos vía WhatsApp y los clientes entonces llegan hasta nuestros hogares a buscar lo que es la producción. 100% de granja, estas posturas de gallina. Esto es parte de lo que nosotros hacemos y parte de nuestra sustentación.
Podemos estar en casa y podemos producir para el país.
Recomendaciones de seguridad para prevenir el contagio por COVID-19 en la agricultura familiar. Si estará trabajando en la finca con otras personas, mantenga la distancia de seguridad de 2 metros. Hágalo también durante el descanso. Asegúrese de tener elementos de protección personal. Cúbrase con mascarilla. Evite tocarse nariz, ojos y boca. No salude de manos. Recuerde lavarse las manos con agua y jabón o gel alcoholado. Hágalo repetidamente. No comparta equipos de protección, botes con agua, ni cubiertos y otros objetos personales. Si es posible, evite compartir herramientas. Desinféctelas antes y después de su uso. Si recibe insumos agropecuarios, mantenga la distancia de seguridad y desinfecte los empaques. Cuando se dirija a centros de acopio o venta, extreme las medidas de protección personal. Trate de llevar sus propias bolsas y carretas. Desinfecte las de uso común. Al volver a casa, quítese y desinfecte los zapatos. Meta toda la ropa y accesorios en una bolsa para lavar. Deseche el material de protección personal en un cubo separado. Por último, dúchese o lave todas las partes expuestas con agua y jabón. Si usted o algún miembro de la familia presenta síntomas tales como fiebre, tos seca, dolor de garganta, dificultad para respirar, cansancio o debilidad, comuníquese inmediatamente con el servicio de salud y extreme precauciones. Proteger nuestra salud para poder producir alimentos saludables está en nuestras manos. OIRSA. FAO, Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura.
Es una actividad en la que se involucra toda mi familia. fabulosa. A mí me encanta el convivio que hay directo del productor al consumidor. Sucede y al final, pues ya no tengo nada, ¿no? O sea, sí logro vender todas mis galletas.
Yo soy la vida. Soy el hogar de millones de seres vivos y el sustento de otros muchos millones de vidas. Mi abundancia es prosperidad, pero mi escasez puede ser mortal. Cubro la mayor parte de la tierra y mi influencia se extiende más allá. Estoy aquí desde hace más tiempo del que podrías imaginar. Pero mi mundo está en peligro. La gente debería darse cuenta y pasar a la acción para proteger mi futuro, porque vale la pena protegerme. Tu salud depende de mi salud. Tu vida depende de mi vida. Yo soy las plantas. Yo soy la vida.
Hemos tomado algunas medidas, como por ejemplo irle a dejar a las personas estos productos, pues les damos nuestro contacto, ellos nos llaman y nosotros logramos hacerle ahí el pedido y se lo vamos a entregar hasta su casa. Les damos nuestra mascarilla, los guantes de látex, nuestro alcohol gel. Gracias a Dios las hortalizas se venden en la misma comunidad. Aparte de que siembro hortalizas, tengo lo que es la crianza de conejos y de codorniz. Es muy importante que en la localidad podamos producir nuestra propia alimentación. Somos muy fundamentales en la alimentación local. Muy agradecido con la FAO por todo el apoyo que nos ha estado brindando desde que iniciamos en estos proyectos de agricultura. Soy un productor hambre cero para la seguridad alimentaria y esta pandemia del coronavirus no nos detiene, seguimos produciendo alimentos.
Somos las raíces que nutren.
Nous devons nourrir le monde.
È giunto il momento di risollevarsi.
Together we can make a difference.
To lives and communities everywhere.
Нам нужна устойчивая продовольственная система.
لأن مصيرنا واحد.
¿Sabes de dónde viene esta manzana o este huevo?
¿De dónde vienen? ¿Cuántos kilómetros habrán recorrido para llegar a tu mesa?
¿Lo habrá cultivado un pequeño productor o proviene de alguna planta industrial?
Si lleva agroquímicos o si ha sido cultivada de forma orgánica.
Los alimentos pueden recorrer cientos o miles de kilómetros para que nosotros podamos nutrirnos de ellos.
Con todo lo que esto significa, la contaminación que generan los medios de transporte,
el tiempo que tardan en llegar puede madurar los demás y terminar en la basura.
No desperdicies la comida, muchos recursos naturales se ocupan en ella.
Tus hábitos alimenticios pueden afectar negativamente al medio ambiente.
O hacer la diferencia para tener un mundo hambre cero.
Ten la precaución de saber siempre de dónde vienen los alimentos.
Pregunta en el supermercado, ¿de dónde vienen los alimentos que compras?
O mejor, compra alimentos directamente de los agricultores familiares.
Están cerca de ti, en los mercados de productores, ferias o tianguis.
Imagina un lugar en el centro de América. Un hermoso paraíso de paisajes increíbles. Imagina sentir que cuando estés acá, hay todo un mundo alrededor tuyo. Para respirar profundamente y luego perder el aliento. Ahora, imagina a su gente, personas llenas de historias que te reciben con el corazón y los brazos abiertos. Nicaragua es como su gente, sus lagos y sus volcanes. Imagina un país al que lo bañan 2 océanos. Un lugar forjado por su historia, su geografía y su gente. Imagina que puedes viajar después de esta pequeña pausa para volvernos a encontrar. La naturaleza, paisajes, playas, volcanes y nuestros monumentos no irán a ninguna parte, esperando el mejor momento para que puedas vivirlos. La hermosa Nicaragua es un lugar donde descubres que te descubres a ti mismo.
Regional de la FAO en América Latina y el Caribe. Esta conferencia
conference for various reasons. It's the first regional conference for Latin America and the Caribbean that we're holding virtually in the history of FAO. As you know, we are in a new reality as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and the original conference should have taken place from the 27th to the 29th of April, but due to the pandemic, the Director General of the FAO, in consultation with the government of Nicaragua, agreed to put it back to these dates and to hold it virtually. This is the first time for all of us, and it has been a great learning curve. We apologize for any inconvenience this has caused or that it may cause, and we also kindly ask for your patience. We are improving our procedures every minute as we go along. Also, I'm sure this will be the regional conference where we have least amount of paper and the smallest carbon footprint. So this conference will have the greatest participation in the history of the regional conferences for Latin America and the Caribbean, both in terms of high dignitaries, the number and variety of ministries and ministers involved, in addition to non-governmental actors, including civil society, parliamentary fronts against hunger, private sector, and the scientific and academic sector, as well as the highest number of observers and public participants who are following us on streaming via YouTube, Zoom, and social media. So I send out a warm greeting to all of you. It's the conference which has had the greatest participation with an agriculture week in Argentina, national consultations in many countries, webinars, and prior consultations involving many stakeholders that have helped us to identify concerns and emerging consensus. It is the first time in over 28 years that Nicaragua has hosted the regional conference. The last time that happened was in 1982, and it's a real shame that we can't be actually in Nicaragua for this event. I can assure you that Nicaragua has been a key ally in organizing the event and has shown great leadership, which we're hugely grateful for. I hope that you will seize the opportunities to get to know the country through this event, through the conference website, and we hope this will encourage you to go to Nicaragua in the future. So many thanks to Nicaragua for hosting this event. As you know, we have had to make various adjustments to hold this high-level regional conference online. That decision was just made 6 weeks ago. So we've had to organize a series of things to make sure that this conference, this large conference, can be held online in real time. And we've had to reach consensus to draft the final report. And to do that, we've made all of the documents available well in advance for you. Most of you have already submitted your comments on those documents. Thank you so much for all that huge work, which really enriches our work and means that you can now find all of the documents and the comments on the conference website. To take into account all the various time zones, Managua, Santiago, and Rome, we've had to shorten the sessions from 9 to 5.5 hours. Now, that was a unique challenge in terms of time management and participation. We ask you to note that the agenda is set out in local Managua time. So when it's 7 a.m. in Managua, it's 10 a.m. in Santiago, and it's 3 p.m. in Rome. There's an 8-hour time difference. And you can see those time zones on the screen now to help you. To ensure time management, the GRULAC countries have agreed to simplify the agenda. Many of the declarations have been put online. They've also appointed the rapporteur beforehand so that we can move forward with the report, and the rapporteur will tell you more about this later. They also agreed to use a pre-registration system to facilitate interventions in various sessions. Those who want to intervene in plenary sessions and are not yet registered can do so by raising your hand on the screen on Zoom. To do that, you go to the participants symbol at the bottom of the screen. If you click on participants, you'll see an option to raise hand. Please do remember to lower your hand once you've made your intervention. Also, we ask for your discipline and respect to make sure that we stick to our time limits in this shortened timetable so that we can keep statements to just 5 minutes and therefore allow as many people to take part in this shortest time, really striving to reach agreements on the final documents. By the time we get to the third day, we will find that we have very limited time. It's very important to do that. You can also see on the screen useful contact persons from Secretariat. That's where the delegations can write to with any issue they have or to request participation. Also, these have been sent to all delegations already, and these addresses are available on the website. So that's pretty much what I wanted to say. You can see that we also have interpretation, and you have the contact email for the interpretation office. Please send in your presentations and statements. It's now my pleasure to give the floor to the Deputy Director General and Regional Representative, FAO, Julio Verdeguer. You have the floor. Thank you very much, Secretary of the Regional Conference. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and good afternoon to all of you. I would like to start this regional conference thanking, on behalf of the United Nations Organizations for Food and Agriculture, the government and people of the Republic of Nicaragua for hosting the 36th Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean. On behalf of the FAO, I thank you for your hospitality and your commitment and huge effort to create the best conditions for a successful regional conference. Since 1949, when the first session of the FAO Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean was held in Quito, Ecuador, we have never had so many participants. This regional conference is historic. For this regional conference, we have 457 governmental delegations, including the Prime Minister of Haiti, Their Excellencies, the Vice President of Ecuador and El Salvador, 51 ministers of state, including all ministers of agriculture of the members of the region, 40 vice ministers, and another 364 delegates from members. We also have observers from civil society, the private sector, scientific world and academia, the parliamentary fronts against hunger, as well as representatives of 37 other bodies in the United Nations system and the Inter-American system, as well as Latin American and Caribbean multilateral bodies. I'd like to quote the great Nicaraguan poet Rubén Darío and a voice for our region before the world. Hail, fraternal spirits, enlightened souls. The time has come to sing new anthems of glory. A huge rumble fills the air. Magical waves of life suddenly reborn. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, now that we have delegations from the 33 members of FAO in the region, on behalf of the Director General of the FAO, Dr. Xu Dongyu, I hereby declare the 36th period of sessions of the FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean officially open. Thank you, Regional Representative of FAO, Julio Verdeguer. We now put the agenda, which has been delivered to you online for adoption. And we ask you to virtually raise your hand if you have any objections or questions on the agenda. As there are no objections, the agenda is adopted. Mr. Verdeguer, you have the floor. To open this regional conference, we invite delegations to present their nominations to chair the regional conference. His Excellency Antonio Walker, Minister of Agriculture for Chile, has requested the Minister. You have the floor, sir. Good morning. As a country, as the delegation of Chile, we wish to nominate Mr. Edward Centeno, the Minister of Nicaragua, to chair this regional conference. Thank you, Minister. I now invite the delegations to respond. If you have any response, please raise your hand virtually. The regional conference unanimously appoints Mr. Edward Francisco Centeno, Minister of Agriculture for Nicaragua, to chair this conference. I invite the Minister to chair the meeting.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. And I would particularly like to send my greetings to Dr. Xu Dongyu, the Director General of the FAO, Mr. Julio Verdeguer, Deputy Director General and Regional Representative of FAO, Eva Crowley, Secretary of the Regional Conference, the heads of the 33 delegations of FAO member countries. We send you warm greetings from Nicaragua. I would like to stress the participation of high members of government of Latin America and the Caribbean. And we thank you for your appointment to chair this meeting and for the FAO to allowing us to host the meeting from Nicaragua, the land of Ruben Dario. It is a great honor on behalf of my country, Nicaragua, to chair this conference. In Latin America and the Caribbean, there are 62 million people. Audio interrupted.
Hemos perdido el audio.
I'm afraid we've lost the sound connection with Nicaragua. Let's see if we can recover that. Minister, I'm afraid we've lost our connection with you.
Las prioridades para FAO en nuestra región que nos brinden resultados que nos acerquen a ese mundo.
Priorities of FAO which bring us towards a fairer world. We are experiencing the first historical conference of FAO held online in this pandemic. We have witnessed the major challenges that we still have to overcome to ensure good livelihoods for our people. The success of this conference will be a key step on the path towards ensuring sustainable development, to bring an end to poverty and hunger. Thank you very much. I'd also like to say that bearing in mind this specific situation in which we're holding the virtual conference, I'd like to invite Mr. Ivan Leon, the representative of FAO in Nicaragua, to assist and to support us with our responsibilities. I hope that this decision will be accepted and that there are no objections to that. As there are no objections, that decision is adopted. In accordance with the items set out in the provisional agenda, we shall now elect the vice chairpersons of the regional conference. I would like to state that the chairpersons elected do not need to follow any particular procedural rules. Mr. Inderwein, Minister for Agriculture and Food Security, has requested the floor. Minister, you have the floor.
Your audio is not on. Minister of Agriculture from Barbados, Indar Weir.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon. I want to nominate Minister Floyd Green of Jamaica.
Gracias, señor ministro.
Thank you, Minister. I now invite the delegations to respond to that proposal. If you have any objections, please raise your virtual hand.
No objection. No.
There are no objections, Chair. Thank you. The regional conference has unanimously appoints Mr. Floyd Green, the Minister for Agriculture of Jamaica, to be one of the vice chairs of this meeting. The chair congratulates Floyd Green on that appointment.
Para la delegación del segundo vicepresidente ha pedido la
For the
palabra.
second vice chairperson election, Augusto Valderrama, Minister of Agricultural Development of Panama, has requested the floor. Minister, you have the floor. Good morning. Greetings from Panama. I hope that you have a very successful conference, and I hope that it yields successful results for our countries in this very difficult situation. I'd like to propose Minister Javier Lazo, of the Minister of Agriculture of Ecuador, as the vice chair to this conference.
Unánime ha designado al señor
The
Javier.
conference unanimously appoints Javier Lazo, Minister for Agriculture and Land of Ecuador, as one of the vice chairpersons of this conference. The chair congratulates Mr. Javier Lazo on his appointment. I'd now like to ask our vice chair, Mr. Lazo, to be available at all times if necessary to take over the chairmanship if necessary. That is part of the protocol of this 36th session of the FAO Regional Conference. We shall now proceed to appoint the rapporteur of the Regional Conference. To do so, Mr. Carlos Cherny, Permanent Representative of Argentina, has asked for the floor. Ambassador, sir, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. Good morning to everyone. It's a great pleasure to represent my country, Argentina, at this 36th conference. We'd like to thank the Secretariat for all of their efforts and the work carried out by your country, Chair, to make this possible. It's a shame that we couldn't go to Nicaragua in person, but I'm sure there'll be other opportunities. It's an honor to propose the rapporteur as the permanent representative of the Dominican Republic to the FAO, Ambassador Mario Abello. Thank you, Chair.
La conferencia regional.
The regional conference unanimously appoints Mr. Apello, the permanent representative of the Dominican Republic, as the rapporteur of the regional conference. Congratulations on your appointment. The rapporteur will coordinate the drafting committee and the secretariat will provide logistical and technical support. I'd now like to briefly give the floor to our reporter, Ambassador Mario Arbelo, to share with you the status of the report on the conference and to tell you how that's going. Dear friend, Mario, rapporteur, you have the floor. Thank you very much. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Chair of the conference. I would like to inform the regional conference that we have sent around a first version of the draft report to try and make the delegations work easier in the light of this virtual meeting with representation of the GRULAC countries here in Rome. We've been working in the last few days on preparing that draft report. We had technical and logistic support from the FAO Secretariat, and we have drafted it on the basis of the inputs we've received from through the working documents. The draft version is available in the 3 official languages of the conference, Spanish, French, and English. And I'd also like to thank the delegations of Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Ecuador, Guyana, Nicaragua, and Peru for their active involvement. The delegation of the Dominican Republic here in Rome also supported the rapporteur. As I say, this is just a draft document. The draft has been prepared at technical level to facilitate the ministers' work, but it's the ministers who will adopt this report on Wednesday. So hopefully by then we will have a report that reflects the conference's position on all of the topics that will be addressed. The draft, I stress, is not a document that's been discussed by all of the delegations. As I said, it's a working document that obviously doesn't include suggestions and recommendations of those who will be taking the floor as of now until Wednesday. The statements of the delegations as made in the plenary sessions will be incorporated into the forthcoming versions, which will be circulated at the start of every day. And the drafting committee, as shown in the agenda, will meet after the plenary session today. And there will also be another drafting committee meeting after plenary tomorrow. So I'd just like to wind up by recalling that at the end of every plenary session, i.e. this evening, that'll be afternoon time in Nicaragua, at evening in Rome, we'll be having a different meeting, a different session that you can access through the link on the internal conference website. If other delegations want to take part in the drafting committee meeting, you must get in touch with Mr. Pablo Arzu, who is you saw his contact details there. You can see them again now, Pablo Rabzuk. Only delegations of the 33 member countries of the regional conference can take part in the drafting committee, according to current rules. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Rapporteur, for that important update. It's important to note that, as you said, the drafting committee is open to the participation of all delegations wishing to be involved. With assistance of the Secretariat, the committee will set out its own working methods and agenda. The chair believes that the responsibility of this committee is highly relevant in drafting the final report for our meeting and hopes for your support and cooperation in this task. Members, before starting the substantive deliberations of this conference, I would like to request your formal agreement to hold the conference virtually. As you know, we have had consultations by and on behalf of the Director General with the government of Nicaragua, and as the chair and with other members of the conference. The members expressed their consent to hold this conference virtually in the light of the exceptional circumstance caused by the COVID-19 pandemic and the important work to be done by the organization and the need to move forward in our deliberations. As you know, the organization's general rules are that sessions are held in person. For the purposes of this session, I formally request adoption of the members to renounce those rules to hold the conference in person. Under Article 35.5 of the General Rules of the organization. This decision would be exceptional and taken only for the purposes of this session. If there are any objections to proceeding this way, please raise your hand virtually. Please go ahead. There are no objections, Chair. Thank you, Eve. The conference then exceptionally agrees to hold this session virtually and to therefore interrupt that rule which would be incompatible with holding a virtual meeting. Thank you very much.
Continuando con la
with our agenda, it now falls to me to
considerar el programa
as I said, to consider the provisional program to be adopted, document 1 of the FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean, 36th session, Rev 1, and information document 2, a Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean, 2020, Rev 1. I invite the delegations to express their opinion concerning these issues. In the absence of any observations, we will take these to be approved or adopted. If you do have any any objections, please virtually raise your hand at this stage. There are no objections, Chair. Thank you. Well, there are no observations made by the delegations. We consider that the program and the agenda of the regional conference to be adopted. We will now start the opening ceremony of the regional conference of FAO.
Nicaragua, toda dulce, el amor para vos. Aquí te esperamos, en la hermosa costa del Pacífico, vestida de playas que desbordan belleza natural, donde gente buena, gente amable, gente alegre, te abre las puertas de su tierra natal. Aquí también te esperamos, en la paradisíaca costa Caribe, en nuestras playas de arena blanca, rodeadas de aguas color turquesa, con un pueblo que celebra la vida, el amor y la paz. El cinturón de fuego recorre nuestra geografía, se construyen majestuosos paisajes de potentes volcanes. Su deslumbrante belleza se aprecia desde el cielo y desde la tierra. Observarlos y explorar sus senderos es un privilegio, y deslizarse desde sus alturas es toda una aventura. Nuestra Nicaragua ha sido...
Nicaragua has been blessed with mountains of green forest, abundant fountains of fresh water, mountains, lagoons, rivers. A real gift from God for all of our people. Food production not only is our main economic activity in Nicaragua, we are able to produce our own foods because we have overall policies for supporting production at all levels. We are creative and working, hardworking. We reinvent. We are business-oriented. We reaffirm the terms of our national anthem each day in our efforts and our ambition to overcome all kinds of hardships. In Nicaragua, we are proud of our history, of our culture, and of our traditions, and we express it through joyful, popular festivities that bring us all together, and where we can always find the best dishes of our cuisine, which I'm sure you'll fall in love with at first bite. We also love to visit our old colonial cities, the architecture of Leon and Granada, a joy and a jewel that belongs to the entire country and one of the most complete areas. This gives us the chance to enjoy the destinations of our capital, Managua, which, as you can see, has a lot to offer. And in just a few hours, we can be at the beach, to the mountains, or a magical island inhabited by 2 volcanoes in the sweet waters of the lakes. Nicaragua is so, so beautiful. If there is one land throughout the continent that is happy and valiant, it is my nation. Sweet water, sweet nation. The whole of Nicaragua is sweet.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Now, we will hear the words of Denis Moncada Colindres, Chancellor of Nicaragua, who will speak in representation of the President Commandant Ortega Saavedra, President of the Republic of Nicaragua. Chancellor, the floor is yours. Thank you very much indeed, President of this. Greetings to you all, Your Excellency Chu Gonju, Director General of the FAO, His Excellency Khalid Mehboob, Independent Chairperson of the Council, Prime Ministers, Vice Presidents, Ministers of countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, Eduardo Centeno, Nicaragua Minister for Agriculture and President of this 36th session of the Regional Conference for Latin America and Caribbean, Julio Verdaguer, Subdirector General of FAO and Regional Head for Latin America and the Caribbean, friends, members of the National Reconciliation Government, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of member states, to the United Nations for the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. Dear members of the Diplomatic Corps, dear friends of the media, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to welcome you from Commandant Daniel Ortega, President of our Republic, and Rosario Sombrana, Vice President of our Republic. They send their very best wishes and desires for the success of this event. And we very much hope that the regional economies will recover from the effects of this 2020. We have, from the outset of the COVID-19 pandemic, had a policy of applying health protocols with a social communication on a massive scale without closing our economy or locking down our population. 40% of the population of Nicaragua lives in the countryside, and subsistence economy is something in which economic cycles cannot be put off. 80% of workers are in the informal sector, and most of them have to work every single day just to be able to put food on their family's table. Most of private schools that chose to have virtual classrooms, but state schools have maintained their doors open for most students who don't have the IT equipment or the proper housing to be able to engage in online schooling. Some creative approaches help to improve things. In April and May, we applied 1.2 million jabs against seasonal flu and other diseases, which help to bring down the incidence of respiratory diseases in the country, which helped to stave off some of the effects that COVID-19 could have had. It was the Mailkov company from Russia who actually provided these vaccines, which they make on Nicaraguan soil. Now, it turns out that all countries in the world, even when they have these very stringent lockdowns, are trying to see how they can kickstart their economies while fighting against COVID-19. In this context of the pandemic, the results that Nicaragua has achieved, according to the latest indicators, are as follows. Last week, Nicaragua had 72 new cases of COVID-19 and 1 person died. Imports from January to May 2020 increased by 14.1%, the biggest increase in Latin America and the Caribbean, while the region as a whole experienced a drop of minus 26.1% in exports. From 2007, we have moved forward to transform our economy and our society with measures that have fostered and helped mostly poor people, both in the countryside and in cities. With 13 years of the people playing a very strong role in our national unity government, we have achieved many significant goals. And the international community has observed many of these things. For example, closing the gender gap. In 2007, we were the 90th place in the Economic Forum in terms of gender equality, whereas we were 5th just in 2018, only behind Finland, Norway, Sweden, and Finland, which are, of course, the Nordic countries that are most famous for their gender equality. All of this shows that Nicaragua is top of the class in developing countries and among the Latin American countries and the Caribbean region. And this success is all the more significant when we see that the gap tends to be biggest among women and the poorest sector of society, and various programs have helped to reduce poverty both in the countryside and the city. One is the food productive bonus, and the second is the zero poverty. A zero hunger policy has managed to improve the lot of 200,000 women in terms of helping them with inputs and agricultural tools, and also providing technical assistance to help to raise livestock. Part of this program is helped by a virtuous circle in terms of loans and savings, but they decide to set up more than 295 cooperatives, which help to process and market their products. Now, in the second program, more than 800,000 women have managed to set up their businesses with a large number of micro loans with a 5% interest rate to set up their businesses. A third program for poor countries, which has a big impact on productivity, has also helped to bring more money into the lower paid households. There's a special program which has helped 240,000 small farmers and growers by helping to provide them with seeds and inputs in terms of rice, black beans, maize, and so on. In terms of nutritional benefits, we have a productive food bonus and console. All of these programs, we have social programs to help the people improve their situation in terms of nutrition. Solidarity beans. This is a program that sells black beans in different areas at a very low price. And school meals program, which ensures that 1.2 million school children can have a square meal a day. In terms of few municipalities in the so-called dry corridor, children that are facing growth problems also receive support, as do their families, to have access to better nutrition for their children. The program of food packages that was begun in 2008, delivering a package of basic foods to families so that at least one of the members of that household has a severe disability or cannot work or needs permanent support. So we have these school programs which are not only educational for girls and boys of school age, also allows them to learn how to grow their own food, which can then serve for these school meals. And the result of this and various other redistributive policies in the most vulnerable sectors have been very, very clear. And we can see in the following points. 46% of chronic malnutrition has been reduced, is the reduction in chronic malnutrition under 5-year-olds and among 6 to 14-year-olds. We have had a reduction in of 78.8% in mortality among mothers. Reduction in poverty and extreme poverty. Other factors that have contributed to bring down poverty and extreme poverty is that the growth in the economy of almost 5% in the period 2011 to 2017, with an increase in the minimum wage above inflation, free and universal education and healthcare, social programs like school meals, transport and electricity and water are all subsidized for these people. Another very important element in bringing down poverty and inequality is the delimiting 23 indigenous population areas for a total of 37,859 square kilometers. The results that we've seen from household surveys show that poverty went down from 48.3% in 2005 to 24.9% in 2018. Extreme poverty was reduced from 18.2% in 2005 to 6.9% in 2016. Electrification, roads, drinking water, and sanitation. These are three fundamental issues in the agricultural world: are electricity, roads, drinking water, and sanitation for the rural communities. We have the following results. Electricity. In 2006, only 54% of Nicaraguan families had electrical power in their homes, whereas in 2020, more than 97% of families have electricity in their homes. And the aim is to top 98% this year. Nicaragua electrified half of the country over a period of 13 years in the most far-flung areas that are hardest to get to. Roads. We have gone from 2,050 paved roads in 2006 to 4,500 kilometers at present. For the first time in the history of Nicaragua, the main city on the Caribbean coast has a road that connects it to the rest of the country. There is better connectivity, Ucragil, Laguna de Perlas, Vilui, Iduspan, in the autonomous regions of the Caribbean. Nicaragua has the best roads in Central America and is one of the 5 countries with the best road infrastructures in Latin America, according to the World Economic Forum. Drinking water and sanitation. We have managed to return the right to drinking water and sanitation by incorporating 2,226 houses or households, and 78,450 houses have drainage and sewage. And this has involved more than $60 million in investment. We have gone from a coverage of drinking water from 65% in 2006 to 91.8% in 2018. And the plan is that we will have, for the forecast, is that we'll reach 95% by 2023. We've gone from a coverage of 33% in 2006 to 51% in 2019 in terms of drainage and sewage networks, and we hope to have a full coverage by 2023. Health and education. The President Daniel Ortega announced they would return the constitutional right of health and education, which are free and universal, on the very first day of the current government's mandate on the 10th of January 2007. Now, we have bolstered our overall health system. We've built 18 new hospitals. We have more and better trained staff, 36,500 health workers in 2020 compared to 22,083 in 2006. We also have 6,045 doctors in 2020 compared to 2,715 in 2006. We now have 76 mobile clinics which provide healthcare to the population. We've organized a family and community health model, working hand in hand with a community network that includes around 100,000 volunteers, and with a higher budget, $478.2 million in 2020 rather than 111 million in 2006. That's more than 4 times the amount. And this turned out to be a very positive investment when the pandemic struck, and a good way to be able to cope with the effects of COVID-19. We've gone from 50 to 178 special houses or clinics for childbirth over this period. And we can see this in the following figures. A reduction in maternal mortality of 67% and child mortality of by 70.7%. Education. Our government has extended secondary education to rural regions and has set up special classes for those who had failed their primary school education so they could catch up. We also have technical and technological and language training courses with emphasis on coffee, cocoa, livestock raising, and others. In the autonomous regions of the Caribbean, there is primary education in mother tongue, and it increased by 11.4% the number of children registered, and from 95, an increase from 80 to 95% in terms of the number of children passing exams. Our national government has also shown that it has a national climate change policy that supports and protects our Mother Earth, and is also in line with disaster relief and avoidance, and helping our economy with an ecosystem approach, also based on viability, finance, and gender equality, with the renewable energies and reforestation. That's the 2 main axes, and we've achieved the following figures up to now. We went from 26% of renewable energy in 2007 to 77% in 2020, and plans to achieve 90% coverage by 2023. We currently have $150 million in terms of reforestry planting. We plan to replant 2.8 million hectares of degraded land, and we have a forest program which is going to be helping to bring about carbon capture as a carbon sink. And our conclusion, therefore, is that Nicaragua is a country which has a great capacity for organization and mobilization to achieve the objectives of its public policies. It's also a country that produces food, and we must continue to provide incentives to this primary sector of our economy with programs that I've already mentioned, and improving the lives of our people in a daily life with the help of organizations such as FAO. Nicaragua is open to technical and financial cooperation within the framework of our priorities and programs to continue developing economically and socially in our country on the basis of our current achievements towards greater victories and more victories for the people of Nicaragua. This year, Nicaragua has ratified the agreement on the program to do away with fishing that is not regulated, illegal and unregulated fishing practices, and this will allow us to continue growing as a region. This 36th FAO Regional Conference takes place against a backdrop of situations that have been exacerbated by global climate change and pandemic, and will continue to have effects on our population, but we will continue to support the most vulnerable people in our country where millions of families depend upon agriculture on a family basis. These global phenomena have an effect on millions of people, families and communities that run the risk of being moved to the outskirts of cities or to the north of our continent, which jeopardizes our economic situation, our food, nutritional situation, peace, and societal balance. So we have managed to debate the priority themes that are important and related to food and agriculture and the efforts of all the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. We have great challenges ahead of us to improve productivity, generation and adoption of accessible technologies, improvements to production and new foods, financing and access to loans, access to markets, value added industry approaches, and so on. So, dear members of the management of FAO, members of the heads of state government, diplomatic corps, and ladies and gentlemen, we support the extraordinary mission and solidarity with the most vulnerable countries that is undertaken by FAO, with policies and programs to help to reduce poverty, to help to reduce food insecurity and nutritional insecurity, and also making the most of natural resources in productive agriculture, livestock, forestry, and fishing areas. We recognize your significant contribution to helping to reduce poverty, bring about food security, and help world well-being, which has gleaned and gained them respect worldwide, promoting peace, solidarity, and equality among countries. These values and qualities that are put into place by FAO motivate Nicaragua to propose to FAO in this regional conference for Latin America and the Caribbean as a candidate for the Nobel Peace Prize. We invite all of the participants to support this well-deserved and fair proposal for the FAO.
Dear friends, the government of Nicaragua reiterates its commitment to continue working together to combat poverty, hunger, and malnutrition, transforming agriculture into sustainable and resistant change. Together, we can make a better world. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Minister of the Republic of Nicaragua. We will now hear the statement of the Director General of the FAO. This is in document number 4 for the Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean, and will be delivered by Dr. Xu Dongyu. Director General, you have the floor.
Thank you, my friend. Your Excellency, Prime Minister of Haiti, Excellencies, Vice President of El Salvador, Ecuador, honorable leaders and the ministers of Nicaragua, honorable minister for LARC, and Mr. Independent Chairperson of the FAO Council, distinguished delegates, representatives from the civil society, private sectors, parliamentarians, and the academia. Ladies and gentlemen, buenos días. Estamos felices de conocerlo ahí. I'm very pleased to be with you at this 36th session of the FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean. Let me start by recognizing the government of the Republic of Nicaragua for the flexibility shown in the collaborating with the FAO Secretary to convene this first regional conference for Latin America and the Caribbean in FAO history. Amid the ongoing global pandemic, I extend my gratitude to the government and the people of the Republic of Nicaragua for hosting this conference. Latin America and the Caribbean has been affected disproportionately by the COVID-19 pandemic. My thoughts and solidarity are with all of the victims and the heroes fighting against the COVID-19 pandemic in the region. And I would like to pay tribute to the national authorities of all our members who have hosted FAO offices across the region and who help us ensure our employees' safety while they continue delivering under this difficult circumstance. I have seen that your countries adopted the slogan in this pandemic, agriculture will not stop. I pay tribute to the millions of farmers, entrepreneurs, food processors, workers, traders, and merchants who made sure that every single day food was available in every city, town, and villages, from the Rio Bravo to the Patagonia. Ladies and gentlemen, hunger elimination, poverty reduction, or the increase of food production do not happen at the headquarters in Rome. What we can do in Rome is only useful if it is rooted in your specific conditions and priorities, and if it translates into concrete practical action and change in the field. This is the fundamental reason why FAO's constitution envisages strong regional governance mechanism, with the regional conference being an integrated and essential part of FAO governance, building on the dialogue and the identification of the common priorities. The region perspectives are vital in shaping FAO's strategic outlook and actions, for they enable us to serve your needs more closely and to improve and accelerate delivery. This is your conference, the regional governing body, and its need to be useful to you. My colleagues and I were listening closely to your views and suggestions. We are eager to listen to your views on three important issues. First, the priorities that the region wishes to include in the new FAO strategic framework that is under preparation. Second, your expectations for the UN Food System Summit will take place in 2021. And third, your priorities for the transformation of agri-food systems based on your own condition that we needed to act on. Stronger political commitment of achieving Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, especially SDG 2 and SDG 1 in your countries. Ladies and gentlemen, you will have noted the important changes in the process leading to the regional conference. They are part of our agenda of transformative action to build a dynamic FAO for the better world. An inclusive, agile FAO that serves its members to achieve the four betters: better production, better nutrition, and better environment, and better life. The Council has endorsed this agenda of change that includes structural, programmatic, and operational adjustments. We have adopted a modular, flexible, organigram that allows for cross-sectors collaboration and break down silos. We brought together the 3 Deputy Director General, the Chief Economist, the Chief Scientist, and the Director of the Cabinet, who now form the collective leadership team. That the team supports me in all areas of organizational mandate, exemplifying the new collaborative approach of FAO. Among the other numerous adjustment and reform efforts, I'm pleased to highlight the establishment of a dedicated office for small islands developing state, SEED, least developed countries, LDCs, and landlocked developing countries, LLDCs. That's important as 18 of the 33 members in your region belong to the one or more of these groups of countries served by this office. And also the director of that office also from your region, Angelique from Panama. I have also established an office for innovation and an office of climate change, biodiversity, and the environment. 2 of these top priority of countries in this region that will be discussed in this regional conference. We have also strengthened our investment center to increase its catalytic effect with the investment bankers, private sectors, and others globally. And we have established an office of SDGs to make sure that all our work contributes to Agenda 2030, which is our common framework for sustainable development. These transformations and adjustments started in the headquarters and are now extended to the all FAO office from regional to the country across the world, as we are one FAO regardless of where we are. I'm therefore encouraged to see that the regional office for Latin America and the Caribbean has been proactive in advancing this transformative agenda for the dynamic FAO. It is encouraging to see how the region is breaking silos and fostering more collaboration with the adoption of the One FAO pragmatic approach. I'm pleased to see that in the preparation for this regional conference, important consultations took place with our government partners, with the private sectors, with the civil society, with the scientists and academics, and with the Parliamentary Front Against Hunger. Several thousand people participated in one way or another in the process leading to this conference. And even today, we have more than 320 participants and more than 2,500 follows this conference. So it's really accessible and a participatory approach. It is a clear sign of the new FAO that we want more transparent, more open to dialogue, and to work together with others to serve you, the members, and better. Honorable colleagues, as COVID-19 continues its raging throughout the world, the poorest and the most vulnerable have been hit the hardest. It is primarily a health crisis, but its impact has touched all parts of our lives. Most importantly, food security and incomes. Over 33 million jobs has been lost in this region, and the UN projects that up to 28 million people could fall into extreme poverty, which means a high likelihood of also suffering severe food insecurity. The pandemic adds to the existing crises such as conflict, natural disasters, climate change, pests and disease. Communities and the household living in the poverty are under enormous stress. And this includes half of the rural population of your region. FAO is at the forefront of addressing the challenges posed by this pandemic. We have recently launched the FAO COVID-19 Comprehensive Response and Recovery Program, an evidence-based, coordinated, and comprehensive initiative aimed at preventing global food emergency during and after the pandemic, while the strengthening future resilience and inclusiveness of the food systems and the livelihoods. The program enables donors to leverage the organizational convening power, real-time data, early warning systems, technical expertise to direct support when it is needed most. To meet the multiple challenges of our time, including but not limited to the COVID-19 pandemic, we need to foster innovation and collaboration with and among nationals and subnational governments. The private sector includes farmers, scientists, NGOs, and many others. We also need to promote our data, innovation, technology, and the complements of the governance, human capitals, and the institutions needed to make the transformation inclusive. This is why we introduced FAO hand-in-hand initiative. This evidence-based country-led and country-owned initiative aims to accelerate agri-food system transformation and the sustainable rural development of eradicate poverty and hunger and all forms of malnutrition, SDG 1 and SDG 2. It is a new business model for collaboration, which uses a broad spectrum of partnerships and leverages the technical and the data capacity of the organization to determine the best options to reach the most vulnerable and have the greatest impact on poverty and hunger. Of course, to open to others like middle-income members, even Europe members. This initiative is equipped with state-of-the-art tools. The hand-in-hand geospatial platform that supports all stakeholders with rich, shareable data, which respecting the proper protocols of data confidentiality. Platform also include a sub-national system of donor information developed by the FAO and its partners. The data lab for statistical innovation that combines non-conventional data sources, big data, data science, and tax mining methods to improve the pressures and the timelines of decision-making and impact assessment. I'm pleased to say that many members are already engaging with the initiative. So far, we have started to implement it in 27 countries, of which 6 are in your region. It is very encouraging to see that in Latin America and the Caribbean, additional 5 countries have already adopted the hand-in-hand approach to accelerate the achievement of SDG 1 and SDG 2 in the lagging rural territories. This means that 1/3 of the members in your region are already working based on the principles and tools of the hand-in-hand approach. This is excellent progress in less than 1 year since I launched the initiative. Dear colleagues and friends, Latin America and the Caribbean is responsible for 13% of the world agricultural production. The agri-food sector contributes 26% of total exports and is an engine of economic growth and job creation. The region is not only a pillar of global food security, but it also hosts a very large share of the world biodiversity, forests, water, and productive soil, and has pioneered important policy to eradicate poverty and reach zero hunger. The region will be the biggest food basket for the world in the near future. That's my conclusion. You have everything. However, the region also faces important challenges, which we can only overcome if we work together with ambition, pragmatism, and look, I'd like to say, aim high and do concrete. We can aim to eradicate poverty that today affects half of the rural population in your region. We can aim to make healthy diets available to every person in your region, particularly to the 62 million people that before the pandemic were facing severe food insecurity, and to the millions more who found themselves now in this condition, in the midst of this crisis. We can aim to stop another pandemic, the pandemic of the obesity, that affects the health systems, economies, and the well-being of the half of the region's population. We can aim to promote innovation and digitalization in agriculture and food systems, thereby increase efficiency and productivity, especially among small and medium family farmers and rural entrepreneurs. We can aim to create a new opportunity for rural people by taking advantage of the new demands of urban consumers, such as in the bioeconomy, in agritourism, and in the provision of the environmental services to the cities. We can aim to expand trade and access to the market for the farmers and agri-food entrepreneurs through the science-based and fair multilateral rules. We can aim to turn 72,000 kilometers of near coastal area and the vast ocean of this region into a source of sustainable blue growth, a new engine to transform your agri-food systems while ensure the marine and coastal ecosystems are preserved for future generations. We can aim to improve food safety to prevent antimicrobial resistance and to contain pests and diseases that threaten important crops such as coffee, banana, and cocoa, and contain the locust plague in South America. We can aim to make this region's agriculture more sustainable, reducing its environmental footprint, its emissions of greenhouse gases, to improve its use of water resources, reducing the deforestation, restoring soil and the landscapes, and managing risk, thereby making agriculture more resilient and more sustainable. We can aim to tap into the knowledge and agricultural heritage systems of indigenous peoples to conserve this region's great tropical ecosystem that are so vital for the health of the entire planet. All this requires starting a package of concrete actions based on the investment, policy, regional development design, and business innovation by the holistic, comprehensive, coherent, and collective approach. And FAO is your trusted partner, supporting you in all these efforts. Ladies and gentlemen, we meet in trying times, but a new opportunity ahead of us too. Look at ourselves in the mirror of the history, learning from the experience. 3 days ago, we celebrated FAO's 75th anniversary. Like us today, the founders, 19 out of 42 from your region. You see, FAO once started have a first meeting in Hot Spring, Virginia. 19 from out of 14 is from your region. So that means Latin America and the Caribbean region, you have a long vision for multilateralism, for sharing future of the mankind, and for the humanity of the global humanity. We're also facing now, we're facing challenge time. That time, when in 1945, they created an organization dedicated to the promoting the common welfare of its members, as stated in the FAO's constitution. Be inspired by them and be strong. Let us focus on finding ways to the contributing farmers, agri-food systems, and the rural societies for the common welfare of the people of Latin America and the Caribbean region and beyond. Food heroes from farmers, producers, traders, suppliers, and more others that have kept the food on our tables every day, every community, and everywhere, can also be real heroes of the building better world in the future. It's our historic duty to support them and pursuing our noble mission together. Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Chair.
Muchas gracias, estimado amigo Dr.
Thank
Xu
you,
Dongyu.
friend Dr. Xu Dongyu, Director General of the FAO. According to the agenda, we shall now hear the statement of the independent chair of the FAO Council. This item is set out in information document number 5 of the Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean 2018 and will be presented by Mr. Khalid Mehboob, independent chair of the Council. You have the floor, sir.
Director General, distinguished delegates, it is a privilege for me to participate in this 36th session of the FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean, and to address this meeting in my role as independent chairperson of the Council. The FAO Regional Conferences are being held in a virtual format for the first time, and I am pleased that members are able to build on the successful experiences of the virtual meetings of the governing bodies held earlier in the year. Before sharing some thoughts on the issues that this regional conference will focus on, please allow me to convey my appreciation to the government and people of Nicaragua for their hosting of this important meeting. Latin America and the Caribbean is at the forefront of the global fight against hunger. It is the region which has made the most progress in the percentage and total number of people suffering from hunger in the past 20 years. Latin America and the Caribbean was the first region to commit to completely eradicating hunger by 2025 through the 2025 Hunger-Free Latin America and the Caribbean Initiative. 8 member nations have managed to fully eradicate hunger, and 11 reduced the proportion and total number of undernourished people. Nevertheless, the data contained in the 2020 State of Food Security and Nutrition in the World, the SOFI report, shows that hunger is on the rise for a 3rd year in a row. In Latin America and the Caribbean, the prevalence of undernourishment was 7.4% in 2019, below the world prevalence of 8.9%. However, the region has seen a rise in hunger in the past few years, with the number of undernourished people increasing by 9 million between 2015 and 2019. The COVID-19 pandemic and the measures to contain the virus have affected livelihoods, employment, agricultural activities, trade, and more. The novel coronavirus has implications for local, national, regional, and global policies, and it is important that global and local conditions alike are recognized when confronting this pandemic. Members at this conference will consider the essential country and region-specific challenges and priorities regarding how the pandemic has affected and continues to impact the livelihoods of populations in Latin America and the Caribbean. This is crucial to enable the organization to steer its response work in the most effective direction. As you are aware, the Council at its 164th session endorsed the reorganization of the FAO headquarters structure to cultivate a more agile, dynamic, and fit for purpose organization, one that is able to respond quickly and effectively to emerging needs and crises. The new Office of Sustainable Development Goals was welcomed by the recent session of the Council as an important step towards corporate engagement with Agenda 2030 and in assisting members in the achievement of the goals as well as their follow-up and review. The strengthening of the organization's centers will also enable strong collaboration with other UN agencies and international financial institutions in line with the repositioning of the UN development system and the need to work in partnerships to address complex and multifaceted issues at the country level. Another flagship innovation of FAO's Director General, Dr. Chu, is the Hand-in-Hand initiative. This initiative has been welcomed by the FAO Council and its committees. It is an inclusive and holistic business model which aims to forge a broad spectrum of partnerships on the one hand and leverage FAO's technical capacity and data compendium on the other, in order to deliver on food security and development. It will enable all stakeholders to their respective responsibilities in a transparent manner and to work towards the achievement of FAO's goals as well as the SDGs and the Agenda 2030. This initiative is a country-led and country-owned approach and prioritizes those countries whose populations are at risk of being left behind. Priority countries include small island developing states, least developed countries, and landlocked least developed countries, as well as countries seeking support to manage the impact of COVID-19 through the initiative. Activities are underway in 15 countries, and the geospatial platform has been launched. This week, members of this regional conference will be informed of its key contributions that aim to accelerate progress towards the realization of the SDGs. Through linking different stakeholders, the program aims to reduce the vulnerabilities of rural poor through improved food system capacities while utilizing FAO's data tools to identify investment gaps. Honorable Ministers, Director General, distinguished delegates, I take this opportunity to remind you of the importance of this conference in directing FAO to provide effective and targeted support to countries facing key challenges. Given the enhanced role of the regional conferences within the governance stream of the organization since 2009, members here play a vital role in reviewing FAO's activities in the region and setting priorities for its future work. I am certain that you will conduct this important work with rigor and enthusiasm. As the organization's current strategic framework comes to a close, an important task is ahead of all of us. The 164th session of the Council looked forward to inputs from the regional conferences to refine the roadmap for consultations on this important document. The new strategic framework to be adopted by the conference at its 42nd session in 2021 will be the blueprint guiding the direction of the organization into the future, towards and beyond Agenda 2030. The regional priorities identified at this and other regional conferences will shape the basis of decision-making on the future strategic framework, which will also be informed by recommendations of technical committees and the guidance of the Council and its committees. Chairperson, it is clear that urgent action is required to address the challenges of rapidly increasing diet-related health concerns, damage to ecosystems, and the threat of climate change. In order to achieve the SDGs by 2030, food systems must be addressed. In 2021, the UN Secretary General will convene a UN Food System Summit, which reflects the prominence that the 2030 Agenda affords to improved health, nutrition, and ecosystems, and the key role food systems play in the achievement of these goals. The UN Secretary General and indeed the FAO Council have recognized the central role of FAO in the Food System Summit and emphasized that members be fully involved in the preparatory process. In this regard, an informal group of friends to the summit has been established to provide a platform for members to contribute to the preparations towards the summit. Members at this conference will have the opportunity to discuss how to transform food systems to create healthy diets for all and to provide inputs for the summit. To conclude, Mr. Chairperson, this regional conference for Latin America and the Caribbean has a role to play in helping define FAO's policies, in establishing the program of work and budget for the next biennium, as well as the next strategic framework. It also has a unique opportunity to give impetus to the drive begun by the Director General for innovation at FAO, as well as the hand-in-hand initiative. I wish delegates to this conference fruitful deliberations and encourage clear outcomes. Thank you for your attention. Back to you, Chairperson.
Muchísimas gracias, señor Khalid, presidente independiente.
Very much indeed, the independent chairperson of the Council of FAO. The government of Nicaragua develops policies that help in food security of our country and follows the idea that you cannot have progress without sustainability. And the idea is to guarantee the right to food to all people of Nicaragua. We have a system of food sovereignty and security, and we have a national commission for that. And the programs are developed by the government to guarantee food security for the people. There is the so-called food and crop bonus. We have solidarity areas where we can help to sell off excess and surplus production. We're helping to boost the capacity of women through savings and loans programs, and setting up different cooperatives for women, helping to teach them how to run their own businesses. A special program called Crisol, working with 144,237 producers for different crops, also to guarantee the food for the most needy of the population through the Solidarity Beans program, the school meals program, and the new policies that are focused to social and environmental sustainability, and there is of crops against climate change. The national strategy for developing cattle livestock, helping to establish new pasture areas, improve animal feed. And with this model for livestock raising, we aim to increase productivity, reduce greenhouse gases, and help to increase on biodiversity. National means for fine cocoa production lead to national production, international production based on our traditional means. And we're also helping to keep people in these activities and in the rural areas by pushing forward the frontiers of agriculture. There are people working in pollinizing and honey producing bees, helping to preserve other beneficial species. National strategies to increase the production of agricultural crops are leading to a mixed approach where we have the production of hybrid varieties of various plants. National strategies to increase animal production are looking at ways to better use and recycle dung and manure, helping also to bring down the greenhouse gas effect. Also, the fishing sector is helping to mitigate climate change and bring about sustainable development for the region with an ecosystem approach to fishing and to fish production. We're also looking at ways to improve soil systems and helping to cut deforestation with reforestation programs and bringing back in different animal livestock production systems, and also looking at the production of wild captive livestock as a way of helping families to get by. Then we have a special school meal program. Nicaragua has the best network of roads in Central America and one of the 5 best in Latin America. This helps to move raw materials, inputs, and to market goods and services from the productive sector. Coordinated work between police and army of Nicaragua and the other institutions of the state makes our country the safest in Latin America and recognized by the United Nations. Peace, security, and stability help all Nicaraguan families benefit of all of the productive sectors in Nicaragua. We are building favorable conditions for sustainable economic growth with social development, where the reduction of foodstuffs is primordial. I'm afraid the audio feed has disappeared. Thank you very much. Well, before I conclude the opening ceremony, we are going to take an official photograph of the regional conference. So I would ask all participants to switch on their webcams on their devices. We will take this photo over a period of 1 or 2 minutes to make sure that everybody comes out on the photo. The secretary will tell us when everybody is ready to proceed. Thank you.
Podemos proceder. El foto ya se tomó. Gracias.
Continue. The photo has now been taken. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. So this brings us to the end of the opening ceremony. Next, we are going to start with our high-level round table, reflections on strategic framework and priorities and results in the region of FAO. So related to this item, as an expression of renewed interest in participation of civil societies, the private sector, the scientific world and academic world, and the Parliamentary Front Against Hunger, and the work of FAO, in line with experience of the 3 previous sessions of the regional conference, we propose that this is selected by the spokesperson selected by the organizations, the civil society organizations during the previous consultation should speak. Is there any objection to this proposal?
¿Hay alguna objeción, señora secretaria?
Secretary, any objections? If there are no objections to our proposal, we will now propose to proceed as indicated, and we'll be looking at the following points: results and priorities of FAO in Latin America and the Caribbean. This is document 5 of the FAO document, LARC35, and update COVID-19 and adjustment of regional priorities of FAO to deal with the impact on food and nutritional security and in food systems, document 10 of the FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and Caribbean 2020, LARC 2010. All of the documents for discussion that will be presented in the various sessions and the comments are available for consultation on the conference website. Given the close relationship of the contents among the two subjects, they will be presented jointly, and after a recess, we'll open a session for questions and comments by the delegations. This will include a video and a presentation and will be given by Mr. Julio Verdeguer, Sub-Director General and Regional Representation of FAO. First of all, we will see the video and then Mr. Verdeguer will take the floor. Go ahead, please, sir.
El bienio 2018-2019 fue rico en resultados que contribuyeron a que los 33 países miembros de la FAO avanzaran en objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. Pusimos en marcha la iniciativa Mano a Mano en Haití y en su marco, 6 países están construyendo estrategias de desarrollo para sus territorios rezagados. La Alianza para la Eliminación de la Pobreza Rural creó un índice de pobreza multidimensional rural que fue aplicado en Colombia, Perú y México. La FAO y las agencias de cooperación internacional para el desarrollo de México y España capacitaron a 271 legisladores de los frentes parlamentarios contra el hambre. Argentina, Colombia, El Salvador, México, Paraguay, Perú, República Dominicana y Uruguay aprobaron leyes para erradicar el hambre. Los programas de alimentación escolar mejoraron la nutrición de 285,000 niños y niñas en 13 países con el apoyo del Programa de Cooperación Internacional Brasil-FAO. 6 departamentos de Colombia mejoraron sus sistemas de abastecimiento de alimentos para volverlos más eficientes, favoreciendo a 10 millones de personas. Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Panamá y República Dominicana crearon el Sistema de Información y Monitoreo de Mercados Agropecuarios. El proyecto de acceso al mercado agrícola de Surinam revitalizó los mercados del país mediante la comercialización de productos no tradicionales. Las Bahamas desarrollaron un sistema de producción agroecológica de pequeños rumiantes para mejorar el sector ganadero y fortalecer su seguridad alimentaria. La FAO, la OMS, el PMA y UNICEF publicaron 2 ediciones del Panorama de la Seguridad Alimentaria y Nutricional. 10 países mejoraron su capacidad para reportar el indicador de los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible relativo al acceso de las mujeres a la tierra. Ecuador, El Salvador, Guatemala, Paraguay y República Dominicana crearon políticas para mejorar la situación económica de las mujeres. 8 países del SICA crearon un sistema de vigilancia de la sequía agrícola. FAO, CEPAL y 11 agencias de la ONU crearon el componente territorial del Plan de Desarrollo Integral de El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras y el sur-sureste de México. El SICA implementó su agenda regional intersectorial para la protección social y la inclusión productiva con equidad. FAO y FIDA capacitaron a 700 jóvenes rurales de Cuba, Granada, Belice, Guyana, República Dominicana y Haití. 3 países del Caribe impulsaron bancos de tierras agrícolas para mejorar su uso productivo. 7 países mejoraron sus leyes para reducir la pérdida y el desperdicio de alimentos. 18,000 familias mejoraron su producción de algodón en 40,000 hectáreas. 6 países enfrentaron la propagación de una enfermedad mortal para el banano. Ecuador, República Dominicana y Uruguay adoptaron prácticas de ganadería climáticamente inteligente. 7 países del Caribe adaptaron su pesca al cambio climático. La CELAC aprobó su estrategia regional para la gestión del riesgo de desastres en la agricultura. La FAO ayudó a movilizar 128 millones de dólares del Fondo Verde del Clima para 7 países y 67 millones del Fondo para el Medio Ambiente Mundial para 19 países. 9 países redujeron sus emisiones de gases producto de la deforestación y degradación forestal. La región impulsó el crecimiento azul para desarrollar de forma sostenible sus zonas marítimas. Para enfrentar la pesca ilegal, no declarada y no reglamentada, 16 países crearon estrategias nacionales. 6 se sumaron a la red de intercambio de experiencias y 2 se hicieron parte del acuerdo sobre las medidas del Estado rector del puerto. 8 países mejoraron la gestión de sus áreas protegidas en el Amazonas. 6 países combatieron la tala ilegal junto a la FAO y la Unión Europea. 10 países generaron mapas nacionales de carbono orgánico del suelo. Guyana creó un plan de acción para la administración de su tierra y Chile creó un sistema nacional de monitoreo de sus bosques nativos que cubre todo el país. La FAO movilizó 235 millones de dólares en contribuciones voluntarias adicionales a su presupuesto regular, 35% más que en el bienio anterior. Además, colaboró con 14 países en proyectos de inversión para el Banco Mundial, el BID, el FIDA y el Banco de Desarrollo del Caribe por 1.200 millones de dólares. Pero estos no son resultados de la FAO. Son el fruto de un trabajo mano a mano con los gobiernos de sus países miembros y con más de 900 socios a lo largo de América Latina y el Caribe. Por eso, todos podemos estar orgullosos. En el próximo bienio, vamos por más.
Excelencia, Edward Centeno Gadea,
Minister for Agriculture and Livestock of the Republic of Nicaragua, Director General of FAO, President, Independent Chairperson of the Council, President of
honorables ministros y ministras,
Council, Ministers, distinguished delegates, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I come to this session on behalf of my co-workers in FAO offices from Latin America and the Caribbean to share with you the results of our work in line with the follow-up to the 35th session in Jamaica. And this situation was completely different back then. Today we are meeting in the middle of a deep crisis provoked by the COVID pandemic and the complex task of making the most of the contribution for all the people working in the agricultural sector to help to transform the world and face up to the challenges of the future. LARC-20/5, this is the document that lists what FAO has been doing in the 2018-2019 period. I very much appreciate the comments made by 21 countries. Now, I can say that we have given a full implementation to the all of the proposals that we made 2 years ago in Jamaica, as we concluded the previous period. Now it's 3 member nations and many allied bodies have been positive, but we cannot just be satisfied in terms of the fact that hunger and malnutrition, and consider to be the scourge of this region as they have done in the past, and particularly now in the face of the pandemic. Now, I'd like to outline an overview of the different challenges faced in the region and the program proposals that we put to you for your consideration. I must be very clear here. This is not an agenda that has come out of our offices. Our Director General asked us to set up a participatory process and instructed us to listen to governments and the sectors that you all represent carefully and with great respect before we spoke. And this is what we have done. We're starting to prepare the proposals. Well, we started this about 1 year ago. We spoke to each of the governments of the member nations. So we gathered together 100 experts, 19 national dialogues and consultants with civil society, academia, the world, the scientific world, and the parliamentary fronts against hunger. 2,756 people have been part of this move towards this regional conference. Within this process, it's very clear that our three concerns that are shared by all moving towards agro-food systems that can help to bring about healthy and nutritious foods that are available to all, to move towards a prosperous and inclusive rural sector without poverty and with opportunities for all, and to achieve that all of this can be achieved by ensuring environmental sustainability and climate mitigation, adaptation and resilience. From this consultation, we have seen emerge 3 regional initiatives that we propose to this regional conference in the following documents: LARC20/2, LARC20/3, and LARC20/4. Excellencies, agriculture in our region, which here covers not only plant productions, but also livestock, fishing, and forestry activity, is a pillar of world food security. Our region is the greatest net exporter of foodstuffs worldwide. The demand for food will increase by 50% by 2050. Furthermore, there will be a new makeup of this demand with a larger increase in groups of foods that are among the main products of our fields and our seas. In addition to contributing to feeding the world, it's indispensable to bring about a change towards healthier diets. Over the last few decades, we have moved towards a type of food linked to obesity, which is the main cause of morbidity and mortality in our region. As scientists have established, this is an aggravating factor for the risks associated to COVID-19. The latest edition of the State of Food Security and Nutrition in the World has alerted us to the fact that in the region it's too cheap to eat badly, and it is the most expensive place in the world to eat in a healthy way. Now, this is a great opportunity for regional agriculture because people want products which are diverse, which are harmless, and which are healthy. The region can come to the next summit of food systems of the UN with its own view, which is positive and optimistic of the necessary transformations. And this is a gateway to the future. But as any farmer can show us, it's not just enough to increase production. It is vital to ensure improvements in trade and to extend access to better markets, particularly for family agriculture, for artisanal fishing, and for food SMEs. We cannot just resign ourselves to the fact that shops and supermarkets in the region will be full of foodstuffs while millions of people have no access to such foodstuffs. In this region, we don't have hunger and malnutrition because of lack of food, but because of poverty and inequalities which hinder access for many people to harmless, diverse and healthy food. To achieve an agri-food system, as we've described, we have to have prosperous and inclusive rural societies, a field of opportunities for each and every one of us. And it's not just food we're talking about, it's tourism, fresh water, landscapes, biodiversity, and clean energies that will occupy people, that will bring in visits, and will be a cause of great and important opportunities for non-agricultural jobs for many women and young people. Demands for cities, new circuits of trade, digitalization and technology are opening enormous opportunities for the development and well-being of rural areas and for the small cities, medium-sized cities of our provinces, which must also be recognized as part of the rural world in a modern concept of this. But we also have to remember that even before the crisis that sparked off by the pandemic, one out of every two inhabitants of the rural world in Latin America and the Caribbean had not benefited from these opportunities and live in poverty. In the 21st century, after the experience of the last few decades, we cannot think that economic growth just in itself will resolve this terrible problem. To eradicate poverty, we propose to you to have a multidimensional strategy. Under the hand-in-hand approach, FAO is trying to make sure that no one gets left behind, following the decisions of the latest FAO Council, which enjoyed support of the member nations of the region. We aspire for this strategy to focus on the countries that are left furthest behind in terms of progress and have the greatest levels of hunger and poverty under the leadership of the countries themselves, with special attention to rural women, family farmers, and autochthonous peoples and people of African descent. All these actions that we've mentioned have one condition: they have to be environmentally sustainable. In the previous months, I spoke to a large number of ministers from right across the region. Each and every one of them, without exception, mentioned at least one of the following matters: water, land, soil, and climate change. There is an overall understanding that agriculture will either be sustainable or will have no future. That is not an option. It's not a luxury. It's an elementary condition that we have to build today.
Talk about sustainability, exclusively thinking about deforestation, soil erosion, overfishing, loss of diversity, or greenhouse gases. That is to say, the environmental and climate footprint of agriculture in the region. Our proposal to you is to overcome this environmental footprint, to make it a driver of innovation, of new investment, of new and better employment, of more space for family farming and rural SMEs. In short, greater acceptance of our agriculture and its product by citizens and consumers. That is to say, more competitiveness in the comprehensive sense, competing not just to have quality, safe products at good prices, but also to have cleaner agriculture, more climate smart and more resilient. Achieving this is no mean feat, and it must be a joint effort between producers and consumers, with investment, with technology transfer, and above all, with access to markets. Ladies and gentlemen, to achieve the 3 regional initiatives that are being put to you, there are 4 conditions that underpin the regional program proposal. The first is technological innovation and digitalization of agriculture and rural societies. We cannot make any progress without this condition. We propose boosting digital innovation, supporting national innovation systems, and ensuring active involvement for the countries of the region in the international platform for digital food and agriculture. The second condition are alliances. We will galvanize our collaboration with civil society, science and academia, and parliaments. And we will make particular efforts to close the deficit that we have in working with the private sector. United Nations reforms creates better conditions for joint work between the agencies to support countries. As our Director General, Xu Dongyu, has stressed, the third condition is a better FAO, one that is closer to governments and partners, more efficient, more transparent, with more accountability, with greater technical quality, and with a greater impact. Think big and be concrete, says our Director General. The fourth condition is financing. We're proposing a very ambitious agenda to you, and we need to allocate major resources to achieve it. The strategy that we've adopted has yielded good results in the period 2018 to 2019. We increased voluntary contributions by 31%. For this two-year period, we've set the target of achieving over $400 million in voluntary contributions. That's 75% more than the last biennium. The current project portfolio in the region has a total budget of $587 million. And our forecast, our ambition is that by 2024, the FAO be an agency with a program worth $1 billion in our region. Your Excellencies, we hear you. We have listened, and these were our plans prior to COVID-19. You are all aware of the staggering figures showing the scope of impact on human lives, on lost jobs, and loss of products, in hunger and poverty. This has been a blow that threatens to cause huge damage. We have made every effort to support ministers and governments in the first few months of this crisis, when the two major tasks were ensuring food supply and access to food for those people who lost their jobs and livelihoods overnight. Our attention must now refocus on ensuring that agri-food systems can recover in a substantive and transformative fashion. We need to come out of this crisis building a better common house. In the fundamental areas, there is nothing from the program that we've created that is no longer valid. Notwithstanding, under the FAO Framework Program for Response and Recovery to COVID-19, and in each of the priorities that I've mentioned, we have identified and we are speeding up projects that have the greatest potential to contributing to employment, investment, production, trade, and consumption with transformation. Excellencies, friends, all I have left to say is to thank you for your invaluable collaboration and your trust in the over 2 years since the conference at Montego Bay. Your presence here at this historical regional conference is a huge show of support for FAO, which creates an obligation and a commitment to you, and we will not let you down. We will be listening to your deliberations with the greatest attention and respect, because they will determine the direction of the FAO for Latin America and the Caribbean in the next 2 years. Thank you. Thank you, dear friend Julio Verdeguer, Deputy Director General and Regional Representative of FAO. Following that extraordinary launch to the FAO Regional Conference, everybody is asking me if we have time for a coffee break. And we certainly do. We will now have a 15-minute coffee break. We do urge you to be back sharp after 15 minutes to recommence. That is at 9:15 approximately Managua time. So actually, we have a 7-minute coffee break. 7 minutes, rectify. We recommence at 9:15 local Managua time. Thank you.
Imagina un lugar en el centro de América. Un hermoso paraíso de paisajes increíbles. Imagina sentir que cuando estés acá, hay todo un mundo alrededor tuyo. Para respirar profundamente y luego perder el aliento. Ahora, imagina a su gente.
Now, imagine people full of histories who receive you with their arms and hearts open. Nicaragua is its lakes and its volcanoes.
Imagina un país al que lo bañan 2 océanos.
Imagine a country bathed by 2 oceans.
Su geografía y su gente. Imagina que puedes viajar.
Forged by its history, its geography, and its people, imagine that you can travel there after this brief break.
Volcanes.
To see its nature, landscapes, beaches, volcanoes, and our monuments. They're going nowhere. They're waiting here for you for when you can come.
La hermosa Nicaragua es un lugar donde descubres que te descubres a ti mismo.
Nicaragua is a fabulous place where you can discover that you'll discover yourself. America, men and women work in healthy, fresh places. We're farmers. We produce, we work in the fields so that we can produce food for the cities. We're extracting honey, we're healthy food. Many people need to work, and we producers are not stopping to ensure there's food on your table. We're not stopping because we have to keep producing milk. Food chains are not stopping, but we're also adapting to this. Nothing would be possible without our farmers. Fisherfolk, livestock breeders, beekeepers, bird keepers. Thanks to these people, our cities are supplied. This time of pandemic, we're still working with love, with patience. The whole family is contributing to a family farm. We're continuing to sow the seeds. We're producing food responsibly, not just for today, but also for tomorrow. From the foods and the seed to our tables. The fields, sorry. Thousands of products are enabling people to overcome COVID-19. Because farming can't stop, because food for the cities comes from the fields. We work together to tackle this pandemic. We want all of our food products to get to everyone. Not going out, being in lockdown, stay home. You stay at home. For me, for you, for us all. Today more than ever, they are our food heroes.
Yo conocí el algodón de colores, el algodón nativo, cuando mis padres siempre lo sembraban. No bastante, sino así nomás en los bordos, porque solo era para el consumo de la casa.
I grew up on a cotton farm.
Hay que preparar el terreno y luego
Growing cotton and preparing the land. Once we pick the cotton, we bring it here and you select it by color. Once you've done that, you wrap it up.
Para ya traer el uso, sacar la hebra y luego seguir hilando.
And you weave it. Machecas are still alive. We are a living culture.
El bienio 2018-2019 fue rico en resultados que contribuyeron a que los 33 países miembros de la FAO avanzaran hacia los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. Pusimos en marcha la iniciativa Mano a Mano en Haití y en su marco, 6 países están construyendo estrategias de desarrollo para sus territorios rezagados. La Alianza para la Eliminación de la Pobreza Rural creó un índice de pobreza multidimensional rural que fue aplicado en Colombia, Perú y México. La FAO y las agencias de cooperación internacional para el desarrollo de México y España capacitaron a 271 legisladores de los frentes parlamentarios contra el hambre. Argentina, Colombia, El Salvador, México, Paraguay, Perú, República Dominicana y Uruguay aprobaron leyes para erradicar el hambre. Los programas de alimentación escolar mejoraron la nutrición de 285,000 niños y niñas en 13 países con el apoyo del Programa de Cooperación Internacional Brasil-FAO. 6 departamentos de Colombia mejoraron sus sistemas de abastecimiento de alimentos para volverlos más eficientes, favoreciendo a 10 millones de personas. Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Panamá y República Dominicana crearon el Sistema de Información y Monitoreo de Mercados Agropecuarios. El proyecto de acceso al mercado agrícola de Surinam revitalizó los mercados del país mediante la comercialización de productos no tradicionales. Las Bahamas desarrollaron un sistema de producción agroecológica de pequeños rumiantes para mejorar el sector ganadero y fortalecer su seguridad alimentaria. La FAO y UNICEF publicaron 2 ediciones del panorama de la seguridad alimentaria y nutricional. 10 países mejoraron su capacidad para reportar el indicador de los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible relativo al acceso de las mujeres a la tierra. Ecuador, El Salvador, Guatemala, Paraguay y República Dominicana crearon políticas para mejorar la situación económica de las mujeres. 8 países del SICA crearon un sistema de vigilancia de la sequía agrícola. FAO, CEPAL y 11 agencias de la ONU crearon el componente territorial del Plan de Desarrollo Integral de El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras y el sur-sureste de México. El SICA implementó su agenda regional intersectorial para la protección social y la inclusión productiva con equidad. FAO y FIDA capacitaron a 700 jóvenes rurales de Cuba, Granada, Belice, Guyana, República Dominicana y Haití. 3 países del Caribe impulsaron bancos de tierras agrícolas para mejorar su uso productivo. 7 países mejoraron sus leyes para reducir la pérdida y el desperdicio de alimentos. 18.000 familias mejoraron su producción de algodón en 40.000 hectáreas. 6 países enfrentaron la propagación de una enfermedad mortal para el banano. Ecuador, República Dominicana y Uruguay adoptaron prácticas de ganadería climáticamente inteligente. 7 países del Caribe adaptaron su pesca al cambio climático. La CELAC aprobó su estrategia regional para la gestión del riesgo de desastres en la agricultura. La FAO ayudó a movilizar $128 millones del Fondo Verde del Clima para 7 países y 67 millones del Fondo para el Medio Ambiente Mundial para 19 países. 9 países redujeron sus emisiones de gases producto de la deforestación y degradación forestal. La región impulsó el crecimiento azul para desarrollar de forma sostenible sus zonas marítimas. Para enfrentar la pesca ilegal, no declarada y no reglamentada, 16 países crearon estrategias nacionales. 6 sumaron a la red de intercambio de experiencias y 2 se hicieron parte del acuerdo sobre las medidas del Estado Rector del puerto. 8 países mejoraron la gestión de sus áreas protegidas en el Amazonas. 6 países combatieron la tala ilegal junto a la FAO y la Unión Europea. Generaron mapas circulares de carbón orgánico del suelo. Plan de acción para la administración de su tierra. Y Chile creó un sistema nacional de monitoreo de sus bosques nativos que cubre todo el país. La FAO movilizó $235 millones en contribuciones voluntarias adicionales a su presupuesto regular, 35% más que en el bienio anterior. Además, colaboró con 14 países en proyectos de inversión para el Banco Mundial, el BID, el FIDA y el Banco de Desarrollo del Caribe por $1.200 millones. Pero estos no son resultados de la FAO. Son el fruto de un trabajo mano a mano con los gobiernos de sus países miembros y con más de 900 socios a lo largo de América Latina y el Caribe. Por eso, todos podemos estar orgullosos. En el próximo bienio, vamos por más.
Hola a todos y todas.
Hello again. I'm delighted to say that we have 5,300 users following us right now on our social media, YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook Live. To access the languages, you have to go to the top of the page on YouTube and select English, French, or Spanish.
The 5,300 users who are presently connected to our conference, please be sure to access the English, French, or Spanish translation on YouTube by going to the top of the page and selecting English, French, or Spanish. There's a button there. Pour tous les usuaires qui ne peuvent pas écouter la version en français de YouTube et qui veut participer, il y a 5300 couramment. S'il vous plaît, vous pouvez le sélectionner au début de la page à droite en YouTube, anglais, français ou espagnol. Merci. With this, con esto doy la palabra al presidente para seguir.
Give the floor to the chair to continue the session. Thank you, Secretary. We shall now continue with the session of this 36th FAO Regional Conference with the agenda. And I now invite the members to make their comments on the topics that have just been presented on this item, and with the future plenary discussions to make sure that the official delegations and observers can intervene. We propose the following order for interventions. Firstly, delegations of member states pre-registered, starting in order of pre-registration. 2, delegations of member states who request the floor by virtually raising their hand. 3, followed by official observers, firstly delegations of the United Nations and intergovernmental bodies, and 4th, other official observers, including non-state actors such as civil society organizations, parliamentary fronts against hunger, private sector, and the scientific and academic sector, who ask for the floor virtually raising their hand. If there's no objection to this proposal, we shall proceed. Pursuant to Article 12, paragraph 19 of the General Rules of the Organizations, and given the unique circumstances, the chair of the conference has the power to limit times and request that each delegation intervenes in sessions only once to ensure fair time management in the short time that we have. Each delegation will have 5 minutes maximum for their intervention. After 4 minutes, a bell will ring to advise them of the time that they have left, and at 5 minutes they will be asked to draw to a close. We have a number of pre-registrations to intervene in this session, and the order will be as follows. We shall start by listening to some of the authorities that are with us today. Firstly, His Excellency Joseph the Prime Minister of the Republic of Haiti, followed by His Excellency Felix Boyer, Vice President of Salvador, Juliana Ruiz, First Lady of Colombia, and Benicio Cerezos Avellana, Secretary General of the System of Central American Integration. Your Excellency Joseph Pontic, Prime Minister of the Republic of Haiti, you have the floor.
Microphone, s'il vous plaît.
Your microphone, please, Haiti.
Le plus de la pandémie Covid-19 entraîne déjà des impacts socio-économiques majeurs dans beaucoup de pays. Dans la région,
The interpreter regrets the sound quality is not sufficient to provide interpretation.
pourrait atteindre 96,2 millions dans notre région, soit une augmentation de 21,5 millions de personnes. Ainsi, les effets désastreux de la COVID-19 s'ajoutent aux troubles sociopolitiques que connaît le pays depuis 2018. Selon la coordination nationale de la sécurité alimentaire CNSA, 47% de la population haïtienne sont touchés par les crises alimentaires et nutritionnelles. Dans ce contexte de relèvement post-Covid, la FAO doit définir de nouvelles approches et de nouvelles stratégies pour aider les pays à être beaucoup plus résilients et à plus faire faire face aux crises. Elle doit toujours être à l'écoute des États et de ces interventions doivent s'aligner avec les politiques et les stratégies nationales. Les États doivent continuer en principe à être les partenaires privilégiés de la FAO. Le soutien institutionnel et l'appui aux politiques publiques doivent être renforcés. Ce renforcement doit être efficace nécessite des ressources additionnelles au niveau de la mission à travers le programme de coopération technique en vue de permettre la communication.
Está bien, pero hay que hacerlo.
En Haïti, la FAO a assisté au développement sous le leadership du président de la République, son excellent Bolivia, à l'élaboration de la politique financière et le projet de loi sur les semences. La politique sur l'alimentation scolaire, la politique et les stratégies nationales de souveraineté, de sécurité alimentaire et de nutrition. Le plan d'action national d'adaptation au changement. Avec le fonds parlementaire contre la paix en Haïti, la FAO a contribué à la préparation de la proposition de loi sur l'alimentation scolaire. Ainsi, nous comptons sur l'assistance de la FAO pour la réglementation et l'utilisation des pesticides, le développement de l'aquaculture et la valorisation des matières collinaires, le développement d'un système d'alerte précoce efficace à la prévision des intempéries, des pestes et des maladies infectieuses, le développement de mécanismes de résilience en changement climatique. En vue d'une meilleure adaptation au changement climatique et la réduction des catastrophes, notamment celles liées aux inondations et à la sécheresse. Les stratégies de développement de l'agriculture familiale et urbaine doivent être définies à cause de la migration des populations. L'agriculture sourcière doit être vulgarisée pour intensifier la culture et faire face au changement climatique. Le renforcement de la biofortification par l'intensification de certaines cultures pouvant aider dans la sécurité alimentaire et nutritionnelle, telles que patates douces, ignames, légumineuses, etc. Les expertises de la FAO sont requises dans la mise en place de systèmes d'assurance agricole, des fonds départementaux d'urgence, de recapitalisation et d'adaptation agricole comme mécanisme de transformation durable et de soutien à l'adaptation et à la résistance du secteur agricole. Il est fondamental que la FAO puisse appuyer les stratégies et les mécanismes en place pour favoriser l'intégration de la biodiversité dans les stratégies, plans, programmes et politiques pour une agriculture durable basée sur les principes agroécologiques. Le renforcement des investissements devrait être encouragé dans les systèmes naturels et paysans emblématiques aux fins de réduction des risques climatiques et des catastrophes. La pandémie actuelle peut servir de prétexte pour intensifier l'investissement dans l'extension des technologies numériques, l'appui à la formation des jeunes dans ces domaines, en vue de faciliter la vulgarisation des innovations de l'agriculture numérique sous d'autres formes que connaissance vers les agriculteurs haïtiens sera d'une grande importance. Beaucoup d'enseignements ont été déjà tirés de la crise actuelle avec la fermeture des frontières. C'est le moment de soutenir et de maintenir le fonctionnement des systèmes alimentaires nationaux en encourageant les investissements dans le secteur agricole, en renforçant la capacité des exploitants agricoles, des petites et moyennes entreprises, ainsi que des organisations de la société civile à poursuivre la production et la fourniture d'aliments sains, diversifiés, financièrement abordables et culturellement appropriés. Je termine mes propos avec l'assurance que durant ces 3 jours d'échange, le consensus régional va être trouvé sur la manière dont la FAO va accompagner les différents pays de la région pour renforcer les agriculteurs, disposer progressivement en quantité et en qualité des aliments pour assurer la sécurité alimentaire, nutritionnelle de la population pour une meilleure gestion des ressources. Je vous remercie.
Muchas gracias, Su
Thank
Excelencia.
you very much, Excellency Joseph José, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Haiti. I'd like to give the floor to His Excellency Felix Ulloa, Vice President of the Republic of El Salvador. The floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Un saludo
Thank you
cordial.
very much indeed. Warm greetings from the government of President Bukele and the people of El Salvador in this 36th session of the FAO Regional Conference. We'd like to say how happy we are for the initiatives that have been put forward, the hand program that's a proactive response as we come out of a structural crisis globally, of course, COVID-19 pandemic, which has allowed us to take stock of the state of the world as a whole, and particularly in our countries and our region. And perhaps because of these dialectic processes, this crisis always generates an opportunity to think and to rethink the models that we have and to try and plan for a better future. In the case of El Salvador, in previous decades, we adopted policies of turning our backs on agriculture. We opted for a different development model, and now we're suffering the consequences of these policies. We have a drop in technological progress, increase in climate issues, lower competitiveness, and territorial issues, which oblige us to be more creative to overcome these setbacks. Now, in spite of these obstacles, President Bukele has suggested that we look to see how we can recover agriculture with an ambitious plan around 8 axes. And we're very much committed to make our agriculture and our agri-industries the drivers of the sector in our country, which will help us move towards economic development, South-South economic development through aquaculture and fishery, with hand in hand with FAO technical assistance to help drive through these policies. These are the points around this, which this revolves. First of all, innovation and technological development. Now we're in the digital era, and agriculture, which is the fundamental basis of all production, not only in terms of food security, but also in harmony with the environment, can guarantee the survival of our peoples and the survival of the human race. As has often been said, there is no planet B. And right now we are feeling the effects of climate change and the divorce that we've had between economic development and environmental protection. So we have to harness new technologies as the instrument to implement this policy. We also have looked at the need to have appropriate funding and investment for productive processes in industry. We also believe that if we don't have a link up between the territories in which we can build strategic alliances with FAO, and these are helping us to build up in more than 100 municipalities with the so-called dry corridor of our country. So this is a territorial advance that is vital for this development model. Information systems and markets, that's another of the shortcomings we have, because we are lacking in commercial outlets for our agriculture. And we have to look at the national market and self-consumption to make up for the drop in exports that we've had. So we're turning our back on past policies. El Salvador, because we turned our back on agriculture, has to import about 80% of what it consumes. We have to turn this situation around. The same is true with livestock raising. Looking at the territorial issues we have in our country, we have to use the enhanced technologies to be able to multiply this production. And finally, gender balance and environmental balance and development. We are working with technical assistance from FAO and everything they're helping us with through the multilateral approach. Our country has said that it is officially interested in taking part in the hand-in-hand initiative, and we hope we will be able to meet the demands of this program once the pandemic has abated. And we want to really dedicate all the efforts that we can under the leadership and the guidance of FAO throughout Latin America and the Caribbean, and particularly in Central America. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Excellency Felix Coyoa, Vice President of El Salvador, our neighboring sister republic. Now, Maria Juliana Ruiz, First Lady of Colombia, has the floor.
Muchísimas gracias, señor.
Thank you very much, Chancellor, for giving me the floor. I would like to send a very special greeting to the Director General FAO, Hugh Dongyu, and Julio Verdeguer, the Deputy Director, for all of your efforts, and of course to all the people who are taking part in this very special gathering. It's a real delight to be able to be here with you today. And I think we are marking a new milestone here with a mass participation of countries and peoples throughout the region to allow us to pursue our debates. It's a great honor to greet you from this marvelous country of ours, which is the second most densely populated and more than 1,900 species of trees, a country that FAO has catalogued as one of the 7 that must be the agricultural food basket of the globe, and also has a large number of protected forests, and was now in my role as the First Lady of the Republic of Colombia. I have decided that nutrition is very important, and we have a holistic approach to this, looking at it from 2 sides: nutrition for the body, that's to say micronutrients for all aspects of our lives, but also the nutrition or the feeding of our souls. We're talking about soul food too, helping to be more social and emotional and affectionate with each other. And I've been following this project that we have to try and protect health and save lives during the pandemic, and it's been necessary to focus on this health aspect. Provisionally, we wanted to look at the situation because we thought things would get worse because of hunger and malnutrition during this difficult time, and therefore we have focused on nutrition and health and food security, which we think is the right moment to focus on these challenges, because some of the aspects that are mentioned in the document, we have seen a situation in which the pandemic has without a doubt deepened and worsened the situation of people in poverty. In parts of certain meetings, we've seen that the economy has fallen about 9% across the region. And of course, this only exacerbates the poverty and restricts the dynamism of peoples. And here we're talking about malnutrition because it affects the most vulnerable members of our society. And therefore, I agree that more than ever, right now, what connects us as a region is the vital need to make sure that we respect SDG 2, to find solutions and measures under the guidance of FAO as a benchmark international organization, and all of the food aspects and agricultural aspects of our region. We have to be able to look at all of these scenarios and these sectors which are so vital for nutrition in all of our countries. So I must say that from my perspective, not only as a country and a state, but on a personal level, these two objectives pointed out by FAO, stopping the health crisis, turning into a food crisis, and looking to recovery through policy investment, policy approaches and investments to open the way, open avenues to be towards this goal. And I think it's absolutely vital to bolster dialogue between politicians, between civil society in different countries to exchange best practices and see how we can really make sure that these can be replicated in our different countries, and finding a way through agriculture to make sure that agriculture really is in harmony with the environment and to have sustainable production methods, not to be wasteful, and of course preserve all of these goods. And we've seen with the pandemic that it's vital to have technological innovation at the forefront of our concerns so that we can have productive objectives, but at the same time guarantee that we have as little an impact as possible on our environment. And therefore, I'd like to support the proposal, the hand-in-hand initiative that we have referred to as an objective. And we can say that it really is an objective. Hand-in-hand is a goal which will allow us to make our societies more prosperous and inclusive. And we need to breathe a lot of energy into this project, this initiative, which I think will certainly help to foster trade, access to markets, reducing gaps or the gender gap and gender imbalances. All of this can happen. And I like to put this into some kind of perspective that gives us a real context for the work that we're doing. And that's the estimates of the people who are underfed in our region. We're talking about 50 million people. This is like the entire population of Colombia. It's tremendously significant for us. And here I start to look at what the efforts and the commitment have meant for Colombia as a state, and of course my role in my position and what it means for all of us in Colombia, because agriculture needs to be put in its proper place. It's tremendously significant because of its social impact. And therefore, it's indispensable to underscore the role of family agriculture, which is responsible for more than 70% of food production in Colombia. And as I said before, is the result of the production of enormously vulnerable sectors of our population. The government of President Duque and the government has had the chance to be able to control the flow of foodstuffs and also to make progress in the health sector. And we don't want to stop supply chains even for 1 minute despite the pandemic, and make all efforts to bring about logistics, distribution, and accessibility for all citizens to food during all of this time. And we've also increased social protection programs through the government and the government programs that have been rolled out, and the so-called Solidarity Income Program, which has an estimated sum for families so that they can have some resources essentially to be able to feed their families. With all of the school meal program, with the food parcels through our organizations, which has been distributed. I think we've had 10 million food parcels distributed the length and breadth of our country, particularly in outlying areas. And first of all, this is a way of reaching all of those young people and children that are part of the education system and the family system. It's so important to increase the scope so that this food can get to all of these families who need them, particularly because of the obligatory preventive lockdown to which they were subject. And also we've had a series of acts of solidarity among the people, which I'm sure have also contributed to the fact that Colombia today has a scenario which perhaps is not favorable, but at least is stable in terms of food. And we haven't had a painful crisis as we might have had in terms of food. We've also had successes with productive alliances. That's another program which is very dear to my own heart. It's the idea of alliances. This program of productive alliances is a reflection of what's used in the hand-in-hand document. So here, for me, it is really the right moment to think of a regional approach to productive alliances for young people, for young farmers, all of these families who work day in, day out to produce food for the ethnic communities and women too, who need to have this opportunity for a real life project. And once again, I'm thinking of women, rural women. We recently celebrated their day. We have around 5 million rural women living in our country, and they have these peaceful opportunities. It's a project which helps to build an entrepreneurial spirit among women so that they can be financially independent. And of course, that means an improvement in food security and nutrition for their families. So in the light of these clear observations, these clear facts, we need to be able to, and we will launch all of these opportunities for women and others in the region. And so I'm delighted to be part of this conference. And this is the various points I wanted to put to you for your consideration. And finally, there's an important support from the private sector, which has lent enormous support to these projects. And here we need to underscore who the actors have actually been, who have been the main players in recognizing the priority, state priority of food security. And the private sector in Colombia also understood that it had a very important role to play in focusing on these indicators for sustainable development, because it's not only up to the state to develop these. but each and every sector, be it public, private, academia, international involvement, has an enormous role to play to look at these visions and these missions for rural women, agricultural production, technical development, young people, getting them involved in production. All of this is important. And that's why this project for rural women is so important in the light of the enormous input that we've had from private companies. 490,000 women involved. We've had subsidized loans, low interest loans, different projects to help them to build companies and to market their goods. So it falls to me as First Lady and the National Goodwill Ambassador to say that I am convinced of collaborative work in solidarity, making proposals and working together. And I would say to all countries of the region associations, please try and have an enthusiastic view of public international dialogue and to bring on board this unrenounceable commitment with all of these bodies, whether it's UN bodies, academia, civil society, NGOs, to help us through these different, like the Israel Transitional Food Land Use Coalition and all of these bodies. And this is something that will help make humanity safer and with greater solidarity. And under the Great Alliance for Food, we have been leading great projects, and we've managed to bring them about thanks to this national alliance, which has called on different sectors to join forces to combat this indicator of this too high number of people who die of malnutrition, and extraordinary efforts of FAO. We have a very important, significant indicator, which is very important for Colombia. It's not satisfactory or successful, but it is motivating. And the fact is that Colombia, in the middle of a pandemic, managed in August 2020 to reduce notifications of death from malnutrition by 40%. That is proof positive that this multi-sectorial work, hand in hand with common purpose, does bring about common impacts and positive impacts. And I wish you all the best of luck. And I very much hope that throughout this process, you will have a generous process to try and bring about solutions. Of course, Colombia will always be ready and willing to help. We'll be listening from the state, from the institutions, and as my role as First Lady, to help to build up the future of human capital in our region, because investing in nutrition for our citizens is the right investment to make in the development of human capital of any country, where we can guarantee a prosperous future for economic and social development. And that applies to the entire region. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Maria Juliana Ruiz, First Lady of Colombia. Next, we'll have words from the President of Guatemala, Vinicio Cerezo Arevalo.
Muy buenos días a todos.
Thank you.
Reciban todos mi saludo y tomo como propia la presidencia
Allow me to greet
que ha sido
you
indicada
all.
por la organización en este
and
36º
say that at this
periodo
36th
de la
session
Conferencia Regional de la
of
FAO
FAO
para
Regional
América Latina
Conference
y el Caribe.
for Latin America and the Caribbean, I'm
A las
delighted to
puertas del
be
bicentenario de la
with you
independencia de
as
Centroamérica y los 30 años del sistema de
we move
integración
towards the
centroamericana
200th
CEPAL
anniversary
en
of
2021.
independence of
Contamos con un
Central
modelo de integración regional de
America. In
carácter
2021, we
multidimensional e
see the
intersectorial que brinda día a día
multi-dimensional
importantes resultados a la
intercultural
población y es
approach,
considerado
which is
por ahora
benefiting
el
the
proceso más
benefiting
exitoso del
society
continente
and is
americano
considered to be the
y
most
realmente el
successful
más
in the
exitoso
American
del mundo
continent.
en
In fact,
desarrollo.
the most
Es un modelo que nos ha
successful in the
permitido
developing
soportar
world. It's allowed
lo
us
siguiente la crisis que
to
nos ha golpeado en las últimas décadas.
be resilient to the
Quiero
crises
resaltar
that
la
have
oportuna decisión
afflicted
de los
us
jefes
in
de Estado y
recent
de gobierno
years now.
quienes tan solo un
On
día
behalf
después de
of
declarar la
the
pandemia
heads
del
of state and government of the
se
CICA,
reunieron y en torno a la
they
declaración
met
de Centroamérica
the
ordena
SICA, sorry, the
coronavirus,
SICA, we
orientaron nuestro trabajo y se constituyó el
helped
plan de
to
contingencia regional del
set
SICA
up a
frente al
contingency
coronavirus,
regional plan
construido por las instancias
for
sectoriales.
coronavirus set up by
Fuimos el único
sectorial
bloque regional
bodies.
en el continente
We
que
were the
estableció
only
plan de
regional block
contingencia.
in the continent that had
El
a
valioso tiempo
contingency
que
plan,
ganamos al actuar
and the
rápido de manera
valuable
decidida y
time that we
compartida con la
managed to
implementación
gain
de
by
este plan
working to help to
nos
implement
permitió
this
salvar
plan
miles de vidas por
allowed
las
us to
oportunas
save
medidas adoptadas por
thousands
los Estados
of
miembros.
lives
El
with
comercio no
measures
se detuvo,
adopted by member
resguardando y
states.
priorizando la seguridad alimentaria
We
y
helped
nutricional de la
to
población por medio
safeguard
del continuo abastecimiento
food
de productos
security,
de primera
nutritional
necesidad
security,
y activando
helping people
mecanismos de
with
protección social y
vital
financiamiento
necessity
en apoyo a las
products,
poblaciones más
and
vulnerables.
supported the
Se
most vulnerable
profundizaron las
populations.
coordinaciones
We
del
also
Ministerio de Salud,
coordinated better
se
with the
aprovecharon
Ministry
acciones
of
para las
Health,
misiones, la gestión de riesgo,
with
la
actions
comunicación y la información,
for
la cooperación entre
SMEs,
otros
actions
espacios de
for
trabajo
health,
cubiertos por el plan.
and the
Nuestros
plan covered
desafíos
many
para una seguridad
workspaces.
alimentaria y nutricional
Now,
estable
food
y
and
resiliente
nutritional
son cada vez más grandes,
security
especialmente
are
cuando lo que buscamos
very
es que
important,
nadie se
particularly
quede
when
atrás
we are
y que
making
todos,
sure
de
that
acuerdo
nobody
con
gets
nuestras
left
necesidades,
behind. And I think
tengamos
everybody
acceso
agrees on these
oportuno y
needs. We have
permanente a una alimentación
permanent
saludable y nutritiva,
access
y no solo
to
llenar el
healthy
estómago para
and
pasar el hambre.
nutritional food,
La
not just
pandemia del
filling their
COVID-19
stomachs,
y todas
not
sus
to be
consecuencias han
hungry.
puesto una vez más
The
en evidencia
COVID
la
pandemic
deuda
has
histórica que
laid
tenemos
bare even
y la
more
razón
the
por la cual desde
situation
el
that we
SICA
have,
estamos
and the
impulsando
reason why
cambios
in
transformadores
SICA we are
contundentes en
pushing
esta materia.
forward
Los
transformational
actuales
changes in this area.
acontecimientos se
Current
convierten en la
events
oportunidad
are
para
becoming
construir una
an
región más
opportunity for
próspera
us
e
to become the
incluyente,
most prosperous and
ambientalmente
inclusive
sostenible y resiliente al
and
cambio climático,
environmentally
segura y sin
sustainable
hambre.
area
Como
that
región,
is best
tenemos un alto
able to stand with the
potencial
climate
agrícola y
change. Also,
pesquero.
we have
Aunque se
a
incrementa
high
nuestra participación en la
agricultural
economía de
potential.
servicios, no debemos abandonar el campo.
Despite the fact that we're opening up services, we must not turn our back on the fields and the agricultural production methods. We must update, otherwise people will leave the rural areas and move to cities en masse. We have produced more foods in the in recent times than ever before, and there is a huge demand, and supply needs to catch up with that demand. We need to work strategically, systematically, and focus on small and medium-sized agricultural, fishing and forestry units to produce food in a sustainable way, first of all for ourselves, and then for other markets. The future also lies in our past. A world, Central America, suffering hunger and malnutrition can neither live in prosperity or development or peace. And this is something that leads us to feel that the World Food Programme deserves the Nobel Prize. I compiled a series of ideas from the heads of government to state on the Central America event. And this is part of the development program, which means we have to have a world without malnutrition.
Institutional efforts are not isolated, they require the efforts of all. Our role as the Secretary General of the Central American Integration System is also to invite everybody to join those strong efforts. We know that only together we will achieve transformation of this unacceptable reality. We're promoting more efficient strategic work with partners for development, greater links with citizens in general, with civil society and the private sector. In this link, native populations, people who are descendants from Africa, women, young people play a key role in the efforts that we are promoting to contribute for Central America to be able to tackle challenges and make a quantitative leap forward in development. This is a strategic choice that goes beyond borders and continents. In Central America and the Dominican Republic, we have great cultural diversity. It's centuries old, which gives us hope and opportunities to dream and work towards a better world for all, a fair world free from hunger and malnutrition, a world that promotes a food and nutrition system that's sustainable, resilient and equitable, a system that manages to feed everyone on our planet. The Charter for the Future of Central American Integration is a symbol of peace, democracy, development, cooperation, solidarity and integration. As shown by Pope Francisco, we must embrace a strong idea. In this case, we want to forge bonds between peoples of Central America to tackle this pandemic. We have the conviction that nobody can be saved alone, and only together we will be able to move forward. Thank you very much to FAO and to all of those who are participating.
Gracias, señor Vincent.
Very much, Mr. Nebelo from Guatemala and Secretary General of the Central America Integration System. Mr. Joseph Dupet and Mr. Your Excellency from the Republic of Salvador, and Maria Juliana Ruiz, First Lady of Colombia, and Minister Cerezo Arevalo, Secretary General of CEPAL. A round of applause to them all of those speakers. Thank you very much for your major contributions. We will now proceed with countries that signed up in advance to speak in this session. And I would like to remind each delegation that they will have a maximum time of 5 minutes in which to speak. After 4 minutes have elapsed, there will be a bell ringing, alerting them to that, and they will have to conclude when 5 minutes have passed. On the list of those who signed up in advance, we have the following delegations. In this order: Nicaragua, Barbados, Cuba, Panama, Dominican Republic, San Vicente and the Grenadines, Argentina, Costa Rica, Honduras, Chile, Venezuela, Ecuador, Brazil, Bahamas, Bolivia, Jamaica, Guatemala, Peru, Dominica, and Mexico. And furthermore, delegations from governments, Uruguay and Santa Lucia, who have requested to speak by raising their hands. And I would remind delegations that wish to speak henceforth that they will need to make that request by raising their hands, and they'll be put on the list in order. So I'll give the floor now to the delegation from Nicaragua. Thank you very much. Comrade Chairman of the conference, dear ministers, according to CEPAL, Nicaraguan exports from January to May 2020 went up by more than 13.2%. This is the highest growth anywhere in the region, and that was for our imports. And our exports taken as a whole went down by 26.1%. How can you explain a two-digit percentage increase in imports when at the same time exports from Nicaragua went down by 25%? Well, firstly, the price of gold went up.
And secondly, the volumes of certain agricultural and fisheries products exported went up, including coffee, sugarcane, beans, tobacco, etc. And this accounts for a lot of our exports to neighboring countries. This is part of the resilience presented by Nicaragua's economy. According to CEPAL, Central America presents the greatest scope for increased regional trade in our region. This has gone up to 28% of all of the trade, and this has been tapped into not just by Nicaragua, but also by other countries whose exports have gone up. Guatemala, Honduras, and others. There are other indicators of road transport in the region. This among Central American countries went down by 26%. But in the case of Nicaragua, it went down by only 2%. Still, according to CEPAL, as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, economies are going to tend to become more primary. They're going to be more concentrating much more on primary products, mainly fisheries and agricultural products. And this has to do in particular with regional and intra-regional trade. Nicaragua was already well positioned in the first quarter. We have an essentially primary sector economy. And our leading partner has been the sub-region. And this is another reason why Nicaragua presents the highest rate of exports is the policies deployed by our government. This is a country where 40% of the economy is agriculture, 80% of our workers are off the books, and with a limited amount of agricultural land. So a policy of confinement would be damaging to our country and our region. Nicaragua took a number of health measures as necessary, but never closed the economy nor shut up the population. And this made it possible for our productive activities to go on without major difficulties. I should also stress the leadership role, the role of leadership here, because when most of our countries were decreeing lockdown, there was a lot of pressure to go down that road. But Commander Daniel Ortega and Vice President took the decision that was best for Nicaragua and particularly best for the poor. Pressure brought to bear. And now all countries in the world should learn to do what Nicaragua's already done, which is to live with COVID-19 and to combat this virus pugnaciously, but without abandoning social cohesion and while always retaining the economy up and running. Now, the free zones play a major role in Nicaragua, as in other countries in the sub-region, and they will make a contribution to the recovery of the region. And industry in Nicaragua has received a major impact, as has been the case right across the world. We have the advantage in terms of tourism that most of the tourists visiting our country come from Central America, which makes for greater chances of recovery in the medium term. There's also the fact that Nicaragua has robust policies aimed at the development of agricultural, fisheries, and forestry products. And all of this indicates that Nicaragua is well positioned to recovering after COVID. We present a lot of potential in agricultural and fishing, and we can make a contribution to regional recovery by developing our potential. This with the assistance of technical assistance from FAO and other bodies. Thus, the example, the experience, and the potential of Nicaragua can make a contribution to recovery in the sub-region after this pandemic. This in cooperation with our sister republics elsewhere in Central America. Thank you very much, Comrade President. Thank you, Dr. Ogitini. Barbados now has the floor.
Barbados está listo. Tiene la palabra.
Barbados, are you ready? You have the floor.
Barbados.
Good afternoon, good morning, good afternoon. I'm happy to be able to present on behalf of Barbados. The government of Barbados, through its Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, is making a concerted effort to achieve enhanced levels of food security, with increased emphasis being placed on increasing domestic production, competitiveness, productivity within the agriculture sector. To this end, the country has determined that priority action at the national level will focus inter alia on the following: enhance emphasis on research, development, and innovation, improve agricultural health and food safety systems and protocols, disaster risk management and climate change adaptation and resilience, increase use of climate smart agricultural practices and technologies, as well as other forms of technologies to facilitate improve efficiencies and modernization of this sector. We are also focusing on improved soil and water management practices, as well as agro-processing and development of industries along with the value chain. Transboundary, transnational, and cross-sectoral linkages for sustainable agriculture production, improved information, communications, and knowledge transfer. We recognize that access to adequate financing and technical support is important for facilitating growth in the agriculture sector. Given the economic situation currently faced by the country and the lack of or very limited investment in this sector, access to donor financing and technical assistance is imperative for assisting the country with meeting its objectives. Barbados, given the inherent challenges faced as a small island developing state, therefore wishes that particular note be taken of the need for technical and financial support, in particular donor financing wherever possible. The transformation of food systems to provide healthy diets for all. In order to do this, to further Barbados in its effort to achieve food and nutrition security, the country is in urgent need of support from the Food and Agricultural Organization in areas of design, in the implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of regulations and policy instruments that promote healthy eating for all. Promoting the development and implementation of public policies that contribute to food security and nutrition is also a priority. The mobilization of resources which support countries in the development of policies and innovations for healthy eating, with an emphasis on the contribution of science and technology, and strengthening its national system of agricultural and rural statistics to inform this food system transformation. Given the broad scope of our feed program, which is the Farmers Enhancement and Empowerment Drive, and other planned initiatives for the development of the sector, support support from the FAO is critical to facilitate the transfer of technologies and know-how that promote competitive and sustainable value chains, identify priority value chains and formulate strategies for their development, and in particular, government's role in serving as a catalyst to drive private sector investment in this area. Also to facilitate South-South cooperation between countries to speedily implement solutions to the region's shared issues. Strengthen the capacities and capabilities of statistical services in support of improved evidence-based policy and decision-making, as well as monitoring of achievements related to the SDGs. Advise on the relevant instruments and mechanisms which may be used to facilitate private sector investment in inclusive growth with agriculture, and also to enhance the effectiveness of national participation in relevant international bodies, to identify priority value chains and formulate strategies for their development, and in particular, government's role in serving as a catalyst to drive private sector investment in this area. The government of Barbados would wish to take this opportunity to express its appreciation to the FAO for the outstanding work it has done in helping to develop our cassava, sweet potato, honey, herbs and spices value chain. We speak about sustainable agriculture and resilience to climate change. There are several potential initiatives which the ministry would wish to implement but cannot due to technical, financial, and other capacity constraints, and which could benefit with support from the FAO. These include improving soil health and land restoration, water quality and availability. As you know, Barbados is a water scarce country, and typically production occurs under rain-fed and open field conditions. The availability of irrigation water and groundwater protection are key issues in Barbados. Protection of the national ecosystem and biodiversity. This includes the development of the national policy and management plan for preserving the flora and fauna. Communal biogas digesters. The aim is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and produce energy. In terms of national disaster management, Barbados is vulnerable to a diversity of natural hazards, including hurricanes, flooding, storm surges, epidemics, and even earthquakes and tsunamis. The development, therefore, of an early warning system and climate services for agriculture is a crucial area that needs to be strengthened in Barbados to provide such information to small-scale producers, to enable them to act in a timely manner and increase their adaptive capacity. Barbados also wishes that particular note be made of the following. The increased investments in risk analysis, early warning and anticipatory action are now ever more important to better address the increasingly systemic nature of disaster risk. Public and private financial mechanisms should be also designed or redesigned in a way that can be adaptive to anticipated actual and residual impacts, whether it is an entire value chain, clusters of community farms, or an entire stretch of fishing communities. Barbados is one of the world's most water-stressed countries. Support from the FAO in informing agricultural water use policies and investment plans, and in facilitating the adoption of the technologies that increase water availability and efficiency is critical as for several other water-stressed countries in the region. Promoting soil health and improving biodiversity are also critical areas of action in Barbados.
Thank you, Minister. We will need to wrap up as soon as possible. Kindly, for all those present who have presentations that are longer than 5 minutes, you can make them available to us in writing and we will try to post them on the website. We realize that time is short And we apologize very much for this, but there's no other way for us to manage the very tight agenda. Thank you for your understanding.
Muchas gracias, señora secretaria. Recuerdo estar atento a la campaña.
Remember that there'll be a bell rung after 4 minutes and after 5 minutes. We have 18 presentations to hear. Cuba has the floor.
Señor Julio Verdeguer, Subdirector General.
Mr. Julio Verdeguer, Subdirector General and Representative of FAO for Latin America and the Caribbean, Chairman of the conference, our colleague, the Agriculture Minister from Nicaragua, distinguished ministers, delegates, and guests. Cuba is grateful for the invitation extended by the Director General of FAO and the Regional Director, invitation to take part in this virtual conference. And at the same time, we would pay tribute to the work done by the organization during this current period, when we are struggling to increase our production of foodstuffs on a daily basis while having to face the COVID-19 pandemic. Cuba is working intensely and on a priority basis to adopt public policies to develop the relevant sector, and the fisheries and agriculture has just seen 24 actions and measures adopted as part of the social and economic strategy adopted so as to face up to the world economic crisis resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic. The Cuban government has recently adopted in its Council of Ministers the Food Sovereignty and Nutritional Education Plan with assistance from FAO and other organizations. And this plan lays down the foundations for a faster development of the local food systems and territorial development systems. We're working on developing a draft law which will underpin this strategic task, and the plan's development and implementation affects 22 bodies of the state administration, the state's administration councils, the government councils, and local administration. Cuba is suffering from the effects of the brutal economic, trade, and financial blockage, the embargo by the government of the United States, which puts us in a major difficulties when it comes to acquiring productive inputs, foodstuffs, and finance so as to implement our plans for development in the sectors of agriculture, cattle raising, and forestry. We are facing up to all and overcoming all of these difficulties, and our farmers seek out Cuban alternatives so as to come up to make investments. And we have set out the goal to provide food to all of the population, the goal of replacing 50% of our current imports of agricultural products. Almost every week, the top level of Cuba's government controls, monitors the development of this plan for food sovereignty and nutritional education, and we also check upon the production of foodstuffs, to do so with the greater input from science and the participation of expert researchers and producers. Dear Director General, or Regional Director, you want to correct himself, the report shows the achievements that have been made and shows what progress has been made in the very difficult conditions which have resulted from the pandemic. Cuba has experience in planning activities to face up to global phenomena. The most pertinent ones are those that were developed to face up to what we call the special period, which followed the collapse of the socialist bloc and the extended economic, trade, and financial embargo from the United States that has been affecting Cuba for more than 60 years now, plus the annual events we tend to suffer from with prolonged droughts and tropical cyclones. In current and future conditions, the government of Cuba is giving priority and impetus to the following projects. the development of self-supply of domestic supply of agricultural produce and protein for communities, the development of urban, suburban and family development, the development of export products and their production, the production of national foodstuffs as for animal feed, national plan for animal feed production so as to replace imports, making the most of all of our research institutes and universities so that we can make our producers benefit from that science. 43 special measures for the development of state companies in these sectors, government decisions that will make for greater autonomy and development of agricultural and cattle raising cooperatives with participation of these people, these protagonists, these stakeholders in the national market and in exports and in the import of inputs and equipment and in finance and logistics. Similarly, we have adopted new decisions to bring about greater autonomy and independence for cooperatives. And these include credit measures, tax measures, financial measures, so that the people of the country may increase their production and be more efficient and effective. Cuba agrees with the recommendations made, and we have made comments on the subjects on the agenda. We would join the efforts made to achieve the strategic developments, the strategic objectives and the development objectives, particularly zero hunger, and we support on cooperation from FAO so as to promote the necessary policies to bring about an end to all forms of discrimination and inequality in the distribution and supply of foodstuffs. We would say, we would add that imposing coercive measures on a unilateral basis and imposing economic sanctions, this is an obstacle to the full realization of the goal of sustainable development and the right of peoples to foods. Thank you very much. Cuba, Panama has the floor.
Señor Julio Aguirre,
General Representative of FAO, Chair of the 36th Regional Conference of Latin America and the Caribbean, and our friend Mr. Sanchez, representative of FAO in Panama, ministers. For Panama, it's a great pleasure to be here today with all of our brothers from Latin America and the Caribbean in the face of the current situation in our struggle against hunger. We have made significant strides in our countries in this struggle to produce food, education, and mechanisms that integrate our poorest sectors into a much more fair and human society. Today, we are tackling the COVID-19 pandemic. It wasn't in any of our political or strategic plans. This pandemic is sweeping up a lot of our resources. It is affecting our value chains, and international organizations are expecting that more than 200 million people will be joining the ranks of the poor. In international organizations, in our countries, among our leaders, and particularly in farming, this requires creativity, valor, and energy to tackle this situation. Our government, presided by President Cortizo, have done so bravely. We are shoring up the health sector and the farming sector as a priority in order to produce food for the nation. In more than 8 months, we have kept the farming sector working around the clock day in, day out, providing basic food, and our government has established, together with international organizations, support to the sector, financing zero for the farming sector, commodities, meat, cereals, food, purchasing farming goods, programs for underprivileged families. We all must make an effort together so that this pandemic, which has brought the major inequalities in our societies to light, can establish the social and economic policies allowing us better distribution of wealth, more justice, and a bolstering of our mechanisms in the farming sector so that it can permeate and generate jobs. There will be producers pursuing their dreams elsewhere, outside rural areas, in cities in other countries, and these dreams may not come to fruition. In Latin America and the Caribbean, we need to be up to the task and mitigate the social damage that this pandemic may inflict on our most vulnerable people. We have a sixth frontier: hunger, inequality, and other scourges. In FAO, we are working in Panama with the Panamanian people. We're working. We should learn a lesson from this and unite more than ever in greater strength. We would like to thank FAO for all of its support that it's always lent us in Panama. Thank you very much, and we reiterate that all of us together will be able to overcome this huge challenge for humanity. The farming sector is here to play a leading role, and we will each play our roles in each one of our countries. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Panamá.
Thank you very much, Panama. The Dominican Republic now has the floor.
Distinguidos miembros de esta importante conferencia regional.
Members of this very important regional conference, delegates, good day to you. The President of the Dominican Republic chose farming as one of the major sectors in order to improve the economy in times of COVID. And in support of that alignment, we have chosen 8 major streams to relaunch this sector: production, financing or funding, water, sales, innovation, safety, capacity building, and technical assistance. Regarding production, we need to produce better. During this pandemic, a lot of activities have been stopped, but fortunately, we haven't been stopped from eating. And we need to produce well by using the appropriate technology, appropriate funding and support for sales. We need to avail ourselves of the digital era and work with farmers, the private sector, markets, and the scientific community. In food safety and health, increasingly, it is important for us to have a healthy and balanced diet. And this pandemic has shown us the relationship, a very close one, between good food and health. We also must leverage public-private partnerships and work hand in hand with the private sector, both in production and caring for the environment and fostering inclusive development, including women and youth. Climate change, we need to tackle and overcome climate change, and this is why we need to put technology, knowledge, and farming to that task. We need to reforest, and we need to care for our water courses and our water in general. We need to work more in animal husbandry, and grazing can be very harmful. We need to take care with that. In fisheries, we need to officially apply policies to eliminate illegal fishing, and we need to work on all of the different value chains. I do not want to say anything other than the need to use biotechnology to be more competitive. I would not like to wrap up without thanking FAO for 5 major essential points. Working with us in family farming, working with us technically so that we can have innovation and research in farming, working with us to establish a census in our farming, and technical accompanying to fight pests in bananas, coffee, and tomato. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Dominican Republic, thank you very much. Secretary of the conference, you have the floor, madam. Thank you very much.
I will make my intervention in English very briefly. First, we have more than 7,500 participants at this moment on the social networks, YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook Live. We have more than 3,500 visitors on the website, and we have had over 325 participants in the formal session today. In addition, I would like to remind all those present to kindly use the interpretation. We're going to show it on the screen. If you have a pre-prepared written statement, please send it to the interpreters beforehand. And you can do this for the future days as well, if you can do it as soon as possible. It will be projected on the screen, and it's available also on the website, FAO-interpretation@FAO.org. Please read slowly so that the interpreters will always be able to translate effectively, and please that they will treat the text as confidential. We also would like to kind of remind you to stick to the 5 minutes. At 4 minutes, we will ring the bell, and at 6 minutes, we will be very insistent with the bell. This is to allow everyone to be able to participate. Your speeches are extremely important. We want to give them the time they merit, and we want to ensure that everyone who has asked for the floor has an opportunity to do so. So we would be very grateful if you would kindly make every effort to ensure that we can be as inclusive as possible in this conference and that we respect the time. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, señora.
Thank you very much.
En el orden de la palabra, quiero recordar.
I would like to remind those of you who have signed up, St. Vincent and Grenadines, Argentina, Costa Rica, Honduras, Chile, Venezuela, Ecuador, Brazil, Bahamas, Guatemala, Peru, Dominican, and Mexico. The interpreters beg your pardon, but the sound is broken up.
Adelante, San Vicente y las Granadinas.
Saint Vincent and Grenadines, go right ahead. You have the floor.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines, you have the floor.
Sí.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines, you may need to unmute your microphone. Okay.
Sí.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines?
Si no está en este momento, podemos.
They are not here now. We can give the floor to Argentina and then give them the floor after Argentina. Yes,
We can continue with the next one on the list, and then if they should reappear, we can come back to them afterwards. Thank you.
Adelante, Argentina.
Go right ahead, Argentina. Thank you very, very much. Good day to you. Good evening to all of you. It's a pleasure to be sharing this brief intervention with you at this very important time. First of all, I would like to thank and congratulate the Nicaraguan authorities, President Ortega, the Minister of Agriculture, Mr. Centeno Barea. These are very delicate times internationally indeed. All of us would have liked to have held this meeting in Managua, but unfortunately the international health situation has not made it possible. I would like to thank all of you who have made this meeting possible virtually. Ministers, this regional conference is a unique opportunity for us to face the challenges that stand in front of us in terms of rural development and food, and also help FAO to walk down the right path in order for us to progress. Fighting against hunger and rural poverty gave way to the birth of FAO 65 years ago, and more than ever, we have an exacerbated situation, economically and socially speaking, worldwide. Food security and nutrition
que indicaba que casi 690 millones de personas pasaban hambre.
Are patent in the document where we see the figures on how many people suffered from hunger in 2019. Nearly 60 million more than just 5 years ago, and 10 million more than the year prior. In this report, between 83 and 120 million people may begin to go hungry in 2020 because of this situation. And this forces us to rethink the world we're living in. Nowadays, there is tremendous uncertainty regarding the effects of COVID-19. But what we do want is for the post-pandemic world to be very, very different, where we have agriculture based on social justice, cooperation, and international solidarity, with the focus always on the men and women working the land. With their hard work and engagement, they're making a priceless commitment to food for us all. In times of this pandemic, we need to do our utmost so that no bread is missing on anyone's table. We need to make a more human world, and to do so, domestically, states must play strategic roles, placing human capital and solidarity at the center of inclusion. Internationally, cooperation needs to put the accent on reducing asymmetries between countries and work on trade. And that is where FAO plays a central role. And in this regard, we appreciate FAO's work in the Hand-in-Hand initiative and its participation in the Food System Summit. We attach particular value to innovation and technological developments, particularly those that are adapted for small farmers, so that they can preserve their cultural ways. We reassert our firm commitment to the 2030 agenda and to sustainable development to ensure that people have an access to a healthy diet. It's of paramount importance for our work to bear in mind the policies that are necessary, the different situation in different countries, and not impose a single model. Additionally, we would stress that sustainability requires three pillars: the environment, the economy, and social parameters. We cannot afford to leave anyone behind. Generally speaking, in Argentina, we are highly committed to the sustainability of our agriculture without losing sight of the responsibilities in all different countries that vary. Any transition must bear each country's historical responsibility in mind. Ministers, it is fundamental for us to speak with a single voice in the light of the diversity of our region. We need to put the needs that our people face across the board at the center of FAO and its agenda. This has not always been on the international agenda. Cooperation, sustainability, and solidarity should guide us over the next few years if we want to live in a more fair world without leaving anyone behind, as stated in the 2030 agenda. At the end of this regional conference, we need to broadcast a single message. Peace is more than just the absence of conflict. We need more prosperous and equal societies involving sustainable development on the part of countries. I would extend Alberto Fernandez, President of Argentina's special greeting to all of you. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Ministro.
Thank you very much, Minister Valtierra. I would like to know whether St. Vincent and the Grenadines are connected. Otherwise, I would like Ms. Eve to please give them the floor as soon as she has information that they're here. In the meantime, we will hear from Costa Rica. Good afternoon to all of you. Cordial greetings to all of the civil servants in FAO and all of the ministers here with us at this 36th session of FAO. I would like to begin my speech by saying that today, in the face of the pandemic, we have found the major failures in Latin America's farming system. We have found that farmers, although they've continued to work, now have more challenges than before in order to generate equality and build farming and better countries in Latin America in order for opportunities to be available on an equal basis in our societies. The differences have widened, and this proves that the international trade system is not giving us the fruits that we hoped for after so many years. And we must indispensably start talking about transforming the way we sell farming products produced throughout Latin America. And it is indispensable to transform the productive systems with greater enhanced technology, seeking profitability of family farming. It's also indispensable for us to solve issues of brokerage faced by all of our farmers. Fees are often more than 400%, which doesn't enable people to have quality food, and less so at a reasonable price. Our farmers need to improve, but the prices that they receive for their products don't allow them to do so. We cannot continue having monopolies or oligopolies in our farming. We must build more direct sales mechanisms where producers and consumers can transact directly, get to know each other, transact at a better price, be in contact on both ends of the food chain. Otherwise, we're merely deteriorating the livelihoods of our producers. Only with territorial commercialization or sales of products can we ensure that quality food, safe food, can become a reality. If we continue on our current path, the gaps will be widened even more between rural areas and cities. Our countries are making great efforts today in order to develop opportunities for the entire population. But unfortunately, we're not extraordinarily effective right now. The pandemic and the difficulties it has entailed has led our economies to suffer. And we are at a serious loss right now in terms of reactivating our economies. But when we do so, it will be farming that will be the priority to do so. I would make a call to FAO, to FAO, to build better farming for the world, and fundamentally for the people in Latin America who today, in the face of this pandemic, have been greatly harmed. We, in the farming sector, have kept food on the tables of people in the big cities, and we've been able to continue to distribute our products, but we have not necessarily continued to benefit producers at the best prices. Thank you very much.
Gracias.
Thank you very much. Costa Rica. Honduras has the floor.
Buenos días.
Good morning, everybody. Mr. Julio Verdeguer, representative of the FAO for Latin America, my brothers, friends, colleagues, chairman of the conference,
que nos acompaña también como representante de la FAO para Honduras.
Representative of the FAO for Honduras, ministers, delegates, those who make the technology possible. Your interpreters regret the sound is extremely poor. They will do their best.
De alto impacto para todos los países que estamos involucrados.
Talking about high impact systems. I want to thank FAO for new initiatives with a view to listening and putting forward certain strategies at this time of the tremendous challenges from the pandemic in all of our countries.
De impacto mundial. Recuerde, en los países nuestros de la región, Centroamérica, Panamá, México, República Dominicana.
In Panama, Mexico, and other countries in the region, the impact of COVID has been very great, not just on tourism. We've also been suffering from floods and droughts, as referred to by my colleague from Costa Rica. In Honduras, thanks to an initiative by our president, we have developed a strategy to try to solve the difficulties arising from COVID vis-a-vis the diet of our citizens. This has affected over 80% of our coffee producers, those producers producing between 80 and 150 quintals of coffee. Exports 10 million sacks of coffee, affecting the livelihoods of thousands of families. There's also the matter of production solidarity. We want to ensure that no family in our country goes without sufficient foodstuffs. We have developed plans to ensure that as many families as possible can be brought out of poverty and extreme poverty. We now have more than 2,000 hectares under irrigation thanks to technical assistance, producing sufficient foodstuffs for half of the country. And I would add to what my colleague from Costa Rica said.
Pero sí estamos también, aparte del COVID, con otras amenazas, como el famoso.
We're facing up to threats. There's the Free Trade Alliance, rice. The interpreters apologize again, but the sound quality is so poor that it's barely comprehensible. Our president has made a major effort regarding logistics in the country, face up to COVID. We're looking at internal logistics, the cold chain, storage centers, and distribution centers of foods in that context. We also have a policy to change the makeup of our primary production so as to add value to it.
Dirección de Agricultura Familiar, que ha venido a desenredar muchas cosas en el tema del tema agroalimentario, y solicitando también que eso va a ser algo interno que lo vamos a hacer con Dennis Latiner, el apoyo para agricultura urbana.
Internally, we will be requesting further assistance for agriculture. There's a new project also for the agricultural center and cattle raising center, which will be producing specimens of pigs, bovines, fish, and other species of interest to our sector. We're also concerned about research, and we are preparing for a generational handover. Biosecurity, human security. Greetings to you all. Thank you. Your interpreters apologize again for those difficulties beyond their control. Thank you very much. Honduras. Chile now has the floor. Chair, thank you. I'd firstly like to greet ministers, FAO, and all the ministers who are with us today at this major meeting. Chairman, I'd like to begin by thanking Nicaragua and FAO for organizing this regional conference at a time of crisis in the world. These bodies for exchange of experience and cooperation make it possible for us to sketch out how we want to design the recovery of our countries and our food systems, and thus face up together to the tremendous challenges arising from the increase in food insecurity in our region. Latin America and the Caribbean are key when it comes to combating hunger, malnutrition, and poverty. The region plays a key role in world production and trade of agricultural, fish, and meat products. According to FAO's own figures, and this makes a contribution to the achievement of the objectives 1 and 2 in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. In the framework of these regional initiatives and their recasting for the period 2020 to 2021, we support regional initiative number 1, Latin America and Caribbean free of hunger. And I would stress that in 2021, we'll be having the International Year for Fruits and Vegetable. This is an initiative backed by Chile and other countries. And this was adopted by the General Assembly of the United Nations in 2019. Promoting people's consumption of fruit and vegetables is crucial if we are to make progress towards healthier diets and to fostering a more sustainable form of production. This is important to the development of our countries. An important role is also played in international trade, both when it comes to promoting fruit and vegetables and with regard to the processing and the transformation of food systems. Open, transparent, and barrier-free trade is essential if we are to achieve these goals. I'd like to invite all of the countries in the region to take an active part in celebrating that International Year of Fruit and Vegetables. There'll be national and international events and initiatives. With regards to regional initiative number 2, we are grateful that family agriculture, family farming has been included as a fundamental part of our rural development. We feel that rural development is not just about farming, agriculture and foodstuffs, and we think it's very appropriate to include a more integrated approach so as to foster the development of our rural areas as a space, a very broad space of opportunities. And that's the approach that we are promoting from Chile. We have our recently adopted National Rural Development Policy, coordinating 14 ministries and governing interplay between urban and rural areas. With regard to regional initiative number 3, we think it's very significant that the level of disaster risk management should be maintained. This is key for our region and our country, and a number of others in the region, because we constantly have to face up to major natural disasters. We also wish to support the importance of adopting innovative approaches and the use of science and modern science and technology, particularly digital computer solutions. So it's necessary to stress also the importance of diminishing the huge digital divide affecting our rural populations. This is essential when it comes to adopting new technologies in food systems. And it's also very significant that the new strategic framework should deal with the role of international trade when it comes to making a contribution to promoting food security in our countries. Promoting open, transparent food systems is of great importance when it comes to fostering access to foodstuffs, particularly by the most vulnerable sectors of our societies. Now, the world is facing a historically unprecedented health emergency, and our region has been one of the most grievously affected. And so we would ask FAO to make Latin America and the Caribbean region a priority in the light of the hardships that are being suffered transversely by our populations. We believe that FAO is an organization that owes this kind of measure to all its members, particularly to developing countries and countries whose economies are in transition. This pandemic has affected our food systems, our economies, and in particular the most vulnerable parts of population, the most vulnerable persons in our societies. Chile has tried to do its utmost to ensure the availability of foodstuffs to its population by recognizing that agriculture, cattle raising, fishing, and fish farming play an essential role in food security, both in Chile and in other countries which Chile supplies. In that context, the agriculture ministries of our region have coordinated very closely since the beginning of this crisis so as to handle it on the basis of unity and a high degree of cooperation. We have committed ourselves to supporting small and medium-sized producers, small and medium-sized farmers, and to ensure that the markets will operate smoothly at all levels. And we have reaffirmed our commitments in the framework of the World Trade Organization. Commitments to facilitating trade and to not setting up unnecessary barriers to trade, and to ensuring adequate operation of national and international markets, and also the supply chains through appropriate exchange of information on availability, demand, and prices of foodstuffs, among other things. Among other actions, that is. And lastly, I'd like to, under this heading, I would like to say thank you for the support that has been provided by FAO, as well as by the IICA, to assist with communication among countries in our region. There can be no doubt but that sustainable food systems will make a contribution to the recovery of our countries and the strengthening of our local economies by creating jobs and greater availability of foodstuffs in the region, always through an adequate operation of national and international food markets. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Mr. Walker. San Vicente and the Grenadines now have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair. St. Vincent and the Grenadines has
Your microphone is not on, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. You need to unmute.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon. St. Vincent and the Grenadines as a breadbasket in the Southern Caribbean recognizes the need to harness and mobilize resources across various regional and international networks while working with farmers, fishers, and other stakeholders to pursue and accelerate recovery and economic growth in a post-COVID-19 pandemic era, also in the context of increasing negative impacts of climate change. This is central to assuring our own national food security and by extension, our regional food security. St. Vincent and the Grenadines has, as part of our objective of zeroing hunger, was able to redirect resources in the recent months to a food security and livelihood mitigation plan, and in particular, to invest in an agricultural hub for supporting farmers to produce commodities while our regional and extra-regional trade declined significantly. And we have also twinned that with a food distribution program to ensure that food was delivered to vulnerable groups, vulnerable sections of our community, as I mentioned, to ensure that our food security and our zero hunger objective was sustained. While we've achieved some success, we recognize that there's additional need for technical support to enhance sustainability of those initiatives and also of other ongoing initiatives, and to ensure that they are integrated into our wider national food security systems, and to ensure that initiatives such as the Zero Hunger Initiative, the Sustainable Schools Feeding Program, and efforts at the ensuring that our food-based dietary guidelines make impact. We need to ensure that these initiatives are sustained. We have a number of sectoral priorities during this upcoming period, and this would include livestock, in particular cattle, and small ruminants, sheep and goat, fruit and vegetable production, in particular tree crop, when we consider the issue of their ability to withstand the droughts and storms more effectively. We also have root crops and tubers, fish, and a modern medical industry. This, we think, if, looking forward at the regional food needs, this fits clearly in the priority of sectoral areas for investment. Among the priority investments for recovery and rebuilding, for given the context of COVID-19 and that of climate change, we have 8 of them These include boosting sustainable and resilient agriculture and food systems, intra-regional sea transport, which affects intra-regional trade. We have a massive food import bill, which we can chip away at with more effective and cost-effective and regular intra-regional trade. 3, expanding the sustainable schools feeding program to ensure that we avoid that issue of malnutrition by ensuring that students, young children, eat healthy. Youth in agriculture, and in particular, young males. A focus on young males, but youth broadly, and ensuring their participation in agriculture to overcome what we recognize is an aging population, aging farming population, and the need to ensure sustainability via investments in young people. Number 5 would be value chain upgrading strategies and investments to improve competitiveness. And this will include the infusion of innovations, including digital solutions. Number 6 is scaling up of climate smart initiatives. Number 7, agricultural risk transfer, and in particular, insurance for crops, livestock and infrastructure. And number 8 is marine management and research capabilities, enhancing those capabilities, including further support for reducing and eliminating illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. We'd like to thank and acknowledge the FAO and thank the FAO for ongoing initiatives, in particular, the schools feeding program and the food-based dietary guidelines, the Parliamentary Front Against Hunger, etc. Notwithstanding, we'd like to, given our priorities mentioned earlier, request additional support in this upcoming period of programming for building on our ongoing joint initiatives. Okay, so additional resources, additional technical support to the country, which would require additional resources to the FAO office, sub-regional office, and in particular, additional technical expertise to implement in areas mentioned earlier in those 8 priority areas. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, San Vicente y la Granadina. Quisiera compartir con ustedes que al momento
I'd like to tell you that we have 25 delegations and organizations on the speaking list now, and we're a bit behind on time. Therefore, I'm going to be closing off the speaking list now. 22 that are on it will, of course, be able to speak, but the speaking list is now closed. And I would implore you to respect the 5-minute time limit so that we can keep as close as possible to our schedule for this conference. Venezuela now has the floor.
Querido compañero, presidente de esta 36ª.
Thank you very much to the organizers of the 36th session of the Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean. We congratulate Nicaragua for this tremendous effort made. On behalf of President Nicolas Maduro, we also wish to extend our greetings to Mr. Ko Dong-yu, the Director General of our organization, for the tremendous progress made in very difficult times with the pandemic underway. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank the FAO office in Venezuela, Mr. Manuel Claros. And we're looking forward to even closer cooperation between the FAO and our government. I have with me the Minister for Agriculture and the Minister for the Environment. We also wish to state categorically that we in Venezuela are making every possible effort for the achievement of all of the sustainable Millennium Goals. But number 1 and number 2 are certainly the most important ones, and the FAO is an important tool when it comes to achieving those. So this work is clearly essential if we are to achieve these goals. We need to strengthen our capacity regionally. We would like to congratulate the FAO on a number of initiatives, most notably Hand in Hand, which is aimed at providing more resources for rural societies. I would suggest, from Venezuela would suggest that there be a new Hand in Hand program for those countries whose development is being hamstrung by circumstances beyond their control, such as external embargoes, which are out beyond the pale of international public law. We are in favor of an innovative approach and the application of science and technology when it comes to rising to challenges. FAO is working with our farmers in our country, and we have convened an alliance between the government, farmers, scientists, and of course FAO and UN experts with a view to strengthening our food production system. For the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, it's essential that we increase production, and so we would ask FAO to give priority to those policies that will make it possible for countries in the region to gain access to everything required for their development. As I said earlier, we in Venezuela absolutely reject unilateral initiatives because of the negative impact they have on rights, on human rights, and the right to foodstuffs, particularly those measures which have a direct or indirect impact on the production and processing of commodities, agricultural inputs, technology for the food sector. And we, of course, will reiterate our call for FAO to take up a stance on this issue. The matter of sanctions against Venezuela doesn't just have an adverse effect on our country by depriving it of a strong tool for its development. Petrocaribe was. We certainly need to try to reproduce the same effects of that, but we are suffering from these externally imposed sanctions that affect us and other countries. We are preparing a law on this. It's an anti-embargo law for the development of our country. And the recourses obtained by this law will be destined on a priority basis for the foodstuffs for our population, and of course the distribution of foodstuffs through local supply and production committees, which supply, the minister told me a few minutes ago, more than 7 million homes, i.e. at least once a month, sometimes more often than that. These deliveries of food are made to more than 7 million Venezuelan families without fail, at least each month. And we wish to denounce a campaign against Venezuela, which was unleashed over recent years in a number of specialized United Nations agencies.
Integral, pero también alimentaria de venezolanos en situación de movilidad.
This has to do with the situation of Venezuelans who are mobile, Venezuelans who have traveled abroad. According to the press, at least $650 million, or its equivalent in euros, are not reaching these Venezuelans who have traveled. And this is not acceptable. We wish also to thank FAO for the great job it's done in the country, in the region, so as to prevent COVID becoming a major food crisis. And we would congratulate those responsible for all of the initiatives along these lines.
Venezuela es uno de los países que tiene mayor control.
Venezuela is one of those countries with the best level of control over COVID-19 in South America. Of course, it's a very unfortunate situation, but figures show that our program of COVID control has, despite difficulties caused by the embargo, been one of the most successful in the region. In recent months, there's been more than 200,000 Venezuelans who had emigrated, who have returned to the country, what we call reverse emigration, and they have been allowed back into the country on the basis of very strict health controls. The Bolivarian government is doing everything possible to ensure the distribution of foodstuffs to all of our citizens. I mentioned the local committees for production and supply earlier. This isn't just a government policy, it's a policy between the government and the people, 7 million homes. The program for schools has been strengthened as well, and I would add that we are working with the World Food Program of the United Nations. We have made they have made proposals, and we have made counter proposals at the World Food Program to ensure that its work can be incorporated into this country. And lastly, among the measures that have been deployed with a view to facing up to COVID-19, well, I would state that investments in Venezuela have been protected, as have imports. These are among the measures we've taken. And once again, on behalf of the government of Venezuela and of President Nicolas Maduro, we'd like to congratulate all the ministers who are taking part, and once again, congratulate FAO and the Nicaraguan government for this extraordinary conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this 36th Regional Conference of FAO for Latin America and the Caribbean, the representation from Ecuador now has the floor. Very good afternoon, dear authorities, chairman, brothers and sisters who are sharing this space. I would like to greet you on behalf of the civil society. We have an alliance in order to be able to participate at this 36th session. It's very important for us to make our voices heard from all of the different social sectors, different peoples and nationalities, and all of the different organized women's groups. Hearing each one of the interventions has been very important. Now, I'd like to mention that civil society organizations in Latin America and the Caribbean at this 36th FAO conference, or the 35th rather conference in October, the one taking place now, the 36th, the interpreter begs your pardon, the accent on food sovereignty and sustainable development in our region. I'm sorry to interrupt you. We are still on the list of governments that are pre-registered. Your turn as civil society is farther down the list. There are another 8 or 10, rather, governments before you, and there will be an opportunity for organizations. United Nations, intergovernmental organizations, and then different civil society organizations, and I'm very sorry to interrupt. It is just that the government of Ecuador is waiting for its turn. So we will give the floor now to the government of Ecuador. Thank you very much. Good day, dear authorities. I'd like to greet the entire FAO team. Thank you very much for this participation. Regional Director General, thanks to our representation here in Ecuador. I would like to congratulate the government of Nicaragua for its leadership on this conference. And I would like to greet in the distance the speaker immediately before me, very warmly. Minister Augusto Valderrama would like to thank you for proposing its co-chairmanship, vice-chairmanship. It's an honor for us to participate in this representation of South America and the entire region. I would like to thank all the delegations for the trust instilled in us. And I would also like to signal how important it is for us to be able to directly make recommendations to build the work program and the budget. These times are terribly difficult, and the work together with FAO and Ecuador, in other words, to evaluate, to quantify the losses and have a plan to react on an early basis is crucial for us. The crisis is not yet over, and strategies will enable us to connect producers and end consumers. That's been stepped up thanks to FAO here. The region has made strides in its cooperation with FAO, and this has been scheduled for 2018-2019. There are areas that had priority, and there were recommendations issued at the previous regional conferences. The government of Ecuador would like to flag the efforts that have been made in achieving sustainable rural development, and I would make a call for a new spirit to combat rural poverty and hunger and have a more ambitious outlook. We need to seek and bring about rural wealth. In a country like ours, it's important for sustainable rural development to be bolstered, and that holds for the FAO and others that we cooperate with, that I'd like to greet very warmly here as well. It's important to highlight FAO's role in bringing about coherence, and we have a new plan, new farming plan in Ecuador. Lenin Moreno put forward a 10-year plan, and now, in this very difficult situation, we are further during that. I must highlight that we have also included in our national policy this response plan, response to COVID. It's very important to have this plan in order to tackle the impact of COVID. And the country now has a public policy tool that's special for rural women. We have a program called Super Mujer Rural, and we are bringing about changes, not only social and economic changes, but also gender changes. And all of this work is bolstered with the hand-in-hand initiative. We are already on board, and we are seeing how it helps us to make informed decisions. With this crisis, we need to further specialize in assistance. Hand-in-hand is the right type of orientation that we need for that. Over the last few weeks, we we've seen a lot of learning in order to use more innovative approaches and in facing adverse situations. We had to do a lot more with scant resources. We need to evaluate public policy, and we need, hopefully, to work in time, irrespectively of which government is in power. We have common challenges in Latin America that we need to face, and we need to reformulate priority areas for the 2020-2021 biennium. We need to align with the current trends, including support for sustainable development. The current situation has shown us how important regional alliances are. We need to consolidate them in order to work towards food sovereignty, or food security. The interpreter begs your pardon. In order to conclude, for Ecuador, it's a tremendous priority to continue with regional coordination in order to combat illegal fishing and the deterioration of marine systems, and also support the sustainability of our production. We need a regional strategy in order to tackle this. I'd like to close by reasserting our acknowledgement of this regional space that enables us to orient technical assistance, have FAO have a good orientation and strategic coordination. And for this reason, on behalf of the government of Ecuador, we hope to have the next regional conference. At the very outset, the first meeting was held in Ecuador, and we hope that the next one we will be able to host. We'd like to thank you very much. A very warm greeting to all of the ministers. We're tackling all of our common problems together, and here you will be very welcome. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ecuador. Thank you very much, Ecuador. We will take to note of your proposal to host the 37th session of the FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean, and we will put that to the plenary. Thank you very much, Minister. Brazil now has the floor. Thank you very much, President. Good afternoon. Good morning, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, delegates. I will read the words that Ms. Cristina Correo gave us. I would prefer, she would have liked to participate in this event. Unfortunately, she is unable to. It is an honor for me to address the Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean of the FAO. Our meeting is being held in an unprecedented situation in history. The pandemic has put our health system to the test. It's destabilized supply chains and shaken the global economy. And at the same time, it has brought out the value of agriculture as a noble, essential activities. It brought out the importance of rural workers and rural territories to provide our markets, our fairs, our dining halls with food day in and day out. And it created an opportunity to overcome the status quo and reorient our efforts towards sustainable development, more vulnerable, protecting the most vulnerable and eradicating hunger and poverty. In the year that is beginning the Decade for Action to fulfill the Sustainable Development Goals, we have an opportunity to drive transformation in our economies. We have the opportunity to build and to rebuild better. For agriculture, this means sustainable production, food security, and productive inclusion. It means safe, quality, accessible food. It means modern science, innovation, and connectivity. Organizations like FAO have a key role to perform in the transformation that we hope for, that we wish for. We believe that over the next few years, priorities should be clearly rooted in the 2030 agenda with a special focus on access of small farmers to innovation, information, and proper technical assistance, on prevention, anticipation, and response to pests and animal and vegetable diseases, on a comprehensive focus in urban food environments and rural areas as well, in recognizing the contributions made by farming to the Sustainable Development Goals. There's a synergy between nature, productive techniques, and the rural population, and this is precisely what characterizes our model of tropical agriculture. It's what makes Brazil an agro-environmental power. We're basing our public policies on innovation, promoting organic agriculture and the bioeconomy, on preserving biodiversity and conserving the environment, including family agriculture, and on green finance. As a result, during the pandemic, the Brazilian agri-food industry not only ensured continuity of its domestic supply, but also broke production and export records, as it ensured that our international commitments were met and supported our partners throughout the world. In Latin America and the Caribbean, the crisis has brought us together with the support of organizations like FAO, the IICA, and the Consejo Agropecuario del Sur. We were able to maintain an intense dialogue that enabled us to preserve the flow of goods in between and among our countries and contribute to food safety and nutritional safety in the region. The crisis also showed how important it was for us to have fair rules, science-based rules for international agricultural trade. World trade system is distorted in benefit of inefficient producers in rich countries, and that will not generate the capacity that we need to recover and meet the demand for food and withstand the crisis in the future. There are scourges that we need to eradicate in order to modernize our agro-food systems by bolstering the ties between agriculture, food, health, and nature. In 2021, the Food Systems Summit will be an occasion for our countries to show their strength and defend the importance of innovation, technological enhancement, and science for sustainable development in agriculture. Brazil reasserts its commitment in this regard. We also hope to see sincere, symmetric commitment from developed countries in order to adhere to sustainable production and consumption patterns and reduce food waste. This is the only way we will build a prosperous, inclusive world able to provide food to humanity without destroying the environment. Let's not let this opportunity go by. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much. Brazil, the Bahamas has the floor.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Excellencies. I wish to congratulate the Food and Agriculture Organization for organizing a very important forum so that we can exchange ideas at a very difficult time globally, but certainly within the Latin American and Caribbean region. The Bahamas, much like other countries in this region and globally, facing a very difficult time as a result of COVID-19. Unfortunately, our economy has been driven by the twin engines of tourism and financial services. In the case of tourism, it contributes more than 70% to our GDP. And as all of you are aware, tourism is offline in most countries globally, but in particular in the Caribbean. So we're facing a dire situation where somewhere in the vicinity of 40% of small island states such as the Bahamas who rely on tourism, we are facing an unprecedentedly high level of unemployment among our citizens. What is also true is that our agriculture and marine resources sector contribute less than 2%, and since Hurricane Dorian, in the case of the Bahamas, less than 1% to GDP. Hence, the majority of what we consume, somewhere in the vicinity of $1 billion, it represents what we are spending overseas to feed our population. And so what we have sought to do in light of COVID-19 is to put in place an emergency food program where we've continued to focus on what some of the strategic goals are, but to accelerate the pace of implementation. Among the things that we have done is certainly relied heavily on the relationship we enjoy with a number of countries who've agreed through bilateral arrangements to work with the Bahamas so that we and them can develop a mutually beneficial relationship. But certainly the multilateral organizations such as FAO, PLACA, and the IDB, and of course CARICOM, continues to play a very important role in our redevelopment and survival during this difficult period. FAO is continuing to assist us in the revival of our fisheries and farming sector through evaluation of greenhouse technology and other climate smart technologies that we believe would catalyze our agriculture sector and build capacity among our population. We're grateful for this collaboration, and of course the hand-in-hand initiative is, we believe, going to be a game changer in the region. And so we're grateful to all of those members of the FAO staff who continue to work very closely with us to ensure that we get up and running our incubator, our agri-tech, agri-business incubator, that we strengthen our school feeding program and ensure that smallholder farmers help to drive those produce that are consumed by our students. As we look at a variety of climate smart technologies, inclusive of the use of hydroponics and aquaponics, which we believe will bring a new generation of young people into the sector, and of course assist a lot of women to also enter the sector. The government of the Bahamas has been committed to engage in large-scale tuber and root crop production. We are also in the process of catalyzing the development of the poultry sector, both in terms of layer birds as well as meat, looking at the broiler farms as being a very important part of helping us achieve self-sufficiency in poultry. We are similarly focused on other areas of livestock, small ruminant and goat, the pork industry, which we believe has tremendous potential in the Bahamas, hence our focus on developing a national slaughterhouse system and a robust system for laboratories that will assist us not only in animal, but also in plant health and ensuring food safety. We're committed to assist smallholder farmers and backyard farmers, which is precisely why by year's end, we would have distributed in excess of 20,000 home gardening kits. and we would have established a number of community gardens, which we believe are pivotal in bringing a new generation of young farmers in urban as well as rural areas into the farming system. We are also quite busy with the National Hydroponics Program, which has been oversubscribed. We believe that this is going to be a gateway to helping us dramatically reduce the import of a number of foods that we can competitively produce. And while we are committed to regional trade, we do recognize that it is important that we stand up those indigenous industries that have the potential to reduce the economic leakage, where the scarce resources that we have earned in the past are steadily going out of the country to supply the needs of our people. We believe that public-private partnerships are crucial, which is why we are in the process of privatizing the feed mill, the packing houses, which would be one of the largest distribution networks in the country, the abattoir, and all slaughterhouse facilities that we will bring on stream. The private sector, we believe, can do a far more effective job, and we can serve better as the regulators. And we will put in place a robust system of financing to assist small, medium, and large-scale agriculture and marine resources operation. I know the time is a constraint, Mr. Chairman, and so with those few words, I would really like to appeal to countries that have heard of these initiatives and believe that there is room for our collaboration to reach out to us. And once again, to say thank you to all of the regional organizations, in particular, FAO, for the leadership that you've shown. In the Bahamas, we recognize that the work we do in this sector is really a matter of life and death. Many of our people are perishing throughout the region, not simply because of COVID, but because of the unintended consequences of the havoc that COVID is wreaking on our economies. And one sure way for employment generation, wealth creation is through agriculture and marine resources. The Bahamas government is absolutely committed to creating opportunities for our citizens, because we recognize it is a matter of life and death.
Muchas gracias, Ministro de Bahamas.
Thank you very much, Minister from Bahamas. I would remind you of the Bolivia, Jamaica, Guatemala, Peru, Dominica, Mexico, Peru, Santa Lucia is the list of speakers right now. Bolivia is the first.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chairman.
Señor presidente, señores ministros,
Chairman,
señores delegados,
ministers, delegates, regional representatives. The world is currently facing a dramatic health crisis due to COVID-19 and an economic and social crisis at the same time as our climate emergency. Our states need to strengthen their commitment to protect the planet, biodiversity, forests, our sources of foodstuffs and energy. These are essential to the health and economic welfare of our peoples. Energy flows within the ecosystems of our planet make it possible for us to coexist with millions of other species of plants and animals. Bolivia is recognized to be one of the 15 most biodiverse countries in the world due to its geographical location and the configuration of its territory. And we have a considerable number of species of fauna and flora in our borders. And we also are a place where cultivated species originate from and are grown. We are in favor of the adoption of emergency measures to foster and restore the biodiversity of our planet. We think this should cover human interventions in preventing their affecting biodiversity and the health of the environment, to ensure that the population all enjoys the benefits of a good quality of life. Over recent decades, forest fires have become one of the main threats to the conservation of our forests and woodland and to biodiversity in Bolivia, and the environmental and economic and health impacts have been very negative too. This means a change to the conditions, whether it's demographic changes, land use changes, and demographic changes. The most common causes of forest fires in Bolivia are man-made, having to do with the inappropriate use of fire when farming. In the face of that, we need to adopt an integrated approach so as to have contingency plans and so as to train people and to prevent forest fires. We need to consider the way in which the population uses fire and to have a community approach and cooperation among the various sectors involved. More specifically, in the current context of the pandemic, there's an additional variable when it comes to fire, which is that we need to have regard to people's health in the context of COVID. We are in favor of coordination and interinstitutional cooperation when it comes to preventing and controlling and combating forest fires, and also uncontrolled the use of fire in woodlands. For example, we're in favor of integrated policy when it comes to the use of fire. And our efforts in the past have not been sufficient. And given the seriousness of forest fires last year and this year, we have decided to take emergency measures, and thus the government has declared all forest fires, all fires in the province of Santa Cruz to be an international emergency. We require assistance from our neighbors and from the international community when it comes to facing up these factors affecting the health of our population. Reducing the impact of forest fires is a shared responsibility requiring working together and shared policies for development in the medium term. This will make for access to new markets, better conditions and better prices for agro-industrial products. The loss of woodland is not just the loss of some trees. It's a major deterioration of biodiversity, and it's a loss of a potential capacity for production in the country. And this also has an effect on the water cycle, hydrological system in the country. This leads to extreme climate conditions and, in turn, conditions that encourage forest fires. Forest fires are reducing our natural capital dramatically, and also our fauna with unique species here in Bolivia and in ancestral lands. Bolivia is one of the countries that is most vulnerable to climate change for the following reasons. Extreme poverty predominating in rural areas, one of the most diverse countries in the world with a very wide range of markets exposed to climate change. More than half of the country is in lowlands with high incidence of forest fires and floods. We are located in one of the most unstable regions of the world with a constant threat of natural disasters.
Los patrones de desarrollo extractivistas sostienen las altas tasas de deforestación en la región.
Pro-activist policies of development are also threatening the integrity of the Amazon rainforest. So we have been setting up policies making it possible to rise to these challenges. Conservation of woodlands, biodiversity, the environment. Bolivia is preparing to strengthen activity to mitigate the effects of climate change. Among these activities, we want to take part in policies to decrease forest fires and to increase our stock of carbon, and the protection of forests in the context of climate change. This plays a key role. Against that backdrop, Bolivia and the region attach great importance to the strategic framework that FAO is putting forward with a view to reaching sustainable development of resources in farming and woodland and forestry activities, adaptation and mitigation to climate change, mobilizing resources, promoting innovative policies, climatologically intelligent agriculture, new measures to adapt to climate change, and the mitigation of its effects. We want the 36th regional conference to reaffirm our conviction that working together is key at this important juncture when it comes to reaching food security. At this time of climate change and poverty and COVID-19, we think that it's important to have this strategic alliance in FAO with technical cooperation programs so that we can act as a catalyst in agriculture and forestry activities. This to defend our food systems so that there may be a good diet for all. The hand in hand towards prosperity and inclusive rural societies is an excellent example. Thank you. Bolivia. We still have a large number of speakers left. It's essential that you stick to the time limit so that as many as possible may speak. Jamaica now has the floor. Jamaica.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and the people and government of Nicaragua for hosting this 36th conference. The fact that you were able to adapt and adjust to ensure that we get this conference going is a testament to the resilience of your people. Let me just thank my colleagues for allowing Jamaica to serve as the vice chair for this critical regional discussion. You know, while all these conferences are important, it is my belief that based on all that is happening in the world at this time, that this regional conference is the most important in the FAO's 75-year history. It is against that background that I commend the work and the words of our Director General, especially your focus, sir, on innovation, on our small island developing states, on incorporating young people, and also the response to COVID-19 and your hand-in-hand initiative. I think you have been a steady hand in this time of crisis. For us as small island developing states of the Caribbean, COVID-19 has caused a tremendous economic fallout. In fact, a number of our states depend largely on tourism as the main driver of our economy. And with the fallout in the tourism sector, a number of our farmers had no markets in which to move their produce. And you can all understand the sort of knock-on effect that that had on our farming families. As a government, we here in Jamaica had to implement a specific program to buy excess farm produce and to redistribute that produce to our vulnerable population, ensuring that the most vulnerable among our society would get nutritious meals and that our farmers would have a market for their produce. It's against this background and in light of the realities that I seek to comment on the priorities of the FAO, our expectations of the FAO, and how the FAO truly has the capacity to help us across the region transform our food systems. And I promise you, Chair, I will complete in the 5-minute time. One, I believe is a critical priority, that the FAO plays a leading role in resource mobilization to help small island developing states of the Caribbean, especially, establish appropriate storage and distribution mechanisms, including cold chain systems, to ensure that there is food security and a resilient supply chain across the islands of the region. I think the FAO has to look at the pace of implementation and has to accelerate the pace of implementation, especially those actions which were agreed at the 35th regional meeting. One such underground initiative, which has seen tremendous success that we want to accelerate the expansion, is the homegrown school feeding program. And we believe it's a really practical way to drive down the increase of non-communicable diseases. We believe that the FAO at this time has to put resources and technical support to help our farmers and farm families incorporate climate smart technologies. More importantly, the FAO has to help the region, the Caribbean or island states, facilitate appropriate crop insurance schemes so that our farmers can survive the ravages of climate change. We believe that our FAO has to help us as small island states work with our artisanal fishers so that they can retool and go further out to sea and help us develop stronger aquaculture and mariculture systems. It is my belief that the FAO is well placed to leverage the international community, private sector partners, and our universities to help our small island developing states enhance their research and development capacities, and help small island developing states establish innovation enabling mechanisms. Finally, the FAO must help us incorporate our young people, especially our young women, and enable that our young people see themselves as the major actors in our quest for zero hunger. I commend the FAO, especially my own local FAO team, headed by Dr. Crispin Moreira, for all the work that they have been doing. And I believe that with the changes to the FAO structure, they will be strengthened to even provide more support. This is a challenging time, Chairman, but it is also a time of great opportunity. I thank you.
Muchas gracias, Ministro de Jamaica.
Thank you very much to the Minister from Jamaica. Guatemala now has the floor.
Muy buenas tardes. Es un gran gusto
Good afternoon.
participar este día en esta importante actividad.
Delighted to take part in this major event.
Quiero expresar una felicitación a la FAO.
I wish to congratulate FAO on its 75th anniversary. It was born at a time when humanity was facing a major food crisis at the end of the Second World War. There were great dangers to food security and feeding the populations in the world. And while it's true that our countries have made great progress since, we do need to focus on further action required to make our systems more effective. A crisis is always an opportunity, and this General Conference is this regional conference is the perfect opportunity for us to seek such opportunities for improvement. The coronavirus pandemic has shown that it can affect a number of economic activities, but we can't allow it to affect the production of foodstuffs. We need to be able to respond together to the major challenges facing the agricultural sector, and we need to promote sustainable, environmental friendly production that will ensure access to foods by all. The Guatemalan Ministry for Food and Cattle Raising and Fisheries has made every possible efforts to enhance the sector. We've drawn up a strategic plan for rebuilding. This is not necessarily linked to the pandemic, but largely tied to a form of economic reactivation that will lay the foundations for a healthy economy in these sectors. And what we're seeking through this initiative is to improve conditions for small producers in such a way that they can produce their own food, but also increase their productivity and become commercial farmers with a surplus of production. In that context, we in Guatemala are fostering the strategic plan for food security so as to promote the production of foodstuffs and to integrate more young people and women into the world of agriculture. And so, we are also creating the national irrigation system so that small and medium-sized farms may benefit from irrigation so that there can be more food produced in rural areas. We are also looking at the system to conserve and restore our land, our soils. As you will know, the soil conditions in Guatemala have been severely deteriorated, and we need to improve that if we're to have adequate production. We're talking here about the water system, the vegetable cover, organic matter, and indeed our aquifers. All of these require attention. We're also looking at setting up regional centers for the storage and distribution of foodstuffs. With the pandemic crisis, we realized that we needed to have strategically located storage centers in certain places in the country so that we could ensure that there'll be free circulation of foodstuffs and their conservation. So we cooperated with those responsible for washing, for packaging, and for cold stores. Our main objective is food security in nutrition. So we're also taking care of our national foodstuff reserves, which will be participated in by certified producers. We're talking here about new certified seeds, which are very important when it comes to solving the problem of famine and malnutrition. We need to be able to restore the deteriorated parts of our soil, and we need to protect ourselves from greenhouse gases. We are also looking at a guarantee fund. You see, Guatemala is a country that's particularly vulnerable to climate change. And for a number of years ago, we launched an insurance system, an insurance policy for farmers and other producers. And similarly, there's this guarantee fund which covers credit risks. These are two different instruments. One of them gives coverage to credit, whatever may happen. But we have to not only pay the creditors, but we also need to protect the assets of the producers. And those are two things that we do simultaneously. So we agree with the foodstuffs transformation approach and the search for inclusive societies and sustainable agriculture. In other words, we welcome the priorities launched for the forthcoming period. Our strategic agenda should ensure that there'll be better access to foodstuffs, better adaptation to climatology, and more attention paid to links to markets. FAO, with its broad experience, can assist us in these three areas when it comes to achieving our goals: strengthening, taking evidence-based decisions, looking for innovative ways of reactivating the economy in highly agricultural areas, ensuring access to irrigation so as to enhance production conditions for vulnerable families, strengthening of our institutional setup and our ministry, because only if that happens can we have as an effective an impact as we wish to in the sector. We need strategic programs that cover the whole country, not just the interests of the government. This is an opportunity to improve living conditions for our producers, recover our assets, and conserve our natural assets. With the agreement of FAO to our decisions, we can leave a trace for upcoming generations in the region. Thank you. Thank you. Guatemala. Peru now has the floor.
Señor presidente de la Comisión Regional, de la FAO para América Latina y el Caribe,
of the
señor
Regional Conference for Latin America and
director
the
general de la
Caribbean,
FAO,
Mr.
estimados ministros,
Dr.
ministras,
Evaku Dongo,
secretarios y
Director
secretarias
General of
de Agricultura
FAO,
del continente,
Ministers,
estimadas y estimados
Secretaries of
delegados.
Agriculture from the
Quisiera empezar mi
continent,
intervención
dear delegates,
rindiendo
I'd
homenaje
like to begin my
a los
intervention
millones de
by paying
agricultores
tribute to the millions
y
of
agricultoras de
farmers
Perú y de América
in
Latina
Peru and in Latin America and the Caribbean
y el Caribe que han hecho posible la
who
continuidad y el
have
funcionamiento de
made
los
it
sistemas
possible
alimentarios de nuestros
for the
países en
food
medio de la
systems in
pandemia
our
mundial
country
generada
to
por el
continue
COVID-19.
functioning
Su
amidst
aporte
the
ha permitido mantener
pandemic
el
generated by
suministro de alimentos en la
COVID-19.
región
Their
y en el mundo
contribution
en
that
estos
has
momentos más
enabled
difíciles.
supplying food for the entire region and
Asimismo,
throughout the world in these very
queremos
difficult
expresar
times.
nuestro
In
reconocimiento a
addition,
la
we would
FAO
like to
por su
express
apoyo a
our
los gobiernos en
acknowledgement
el
and
camino
thanks to
recorrido hacia
FAO
el
for
desarrollo
the
rural
important
inclusivo,
support
sostenible y
to
resiliente para
governments
erradicar el hambre, la inseguridad
along the way
alimentaria,
to
la
inclusive
malnutrición en
rural
niños y así
development,
alcanzar los
sustainable and
objetivos de la
resilient
Agenda
development to
2030.
eradicate hunger,
Los desafíos son cada
food
vez mayores en
insecurity,
nuestra
and
región como proveedora de
malnutrition
alimentos
throughout the
para el
world
mundo.
and attain
Enfrenta un reto
the
de mejorar sus
2030
sistemas agrícolas y alimentarios sobre la base
agenda
de la innovación
goals.
tecnológica e institucional, promoviendo el uso eficiente de sus
It
recursos
has
naturales y la
promoted
conservación de la
efficient
biodiversidad,
use
contribuyendo a su
of
vez a mitigar los efectos del cambio
technology
climático.
and
La FAO
resources, natural
constituye un
resources,
aliado
conservation of
estratégico del gobierno
biodiversity,
y la
and
sociedad
contributed
peruana.
at the same
En su
time to mitigating the
intervención se ha
effects of
diseñado e
climate
implementado
change.
estrategias para asegurar
FAO
los derechos del
constitutes a
agro,
strategic
sobre
ally for the
todo en
government
las que
and
afectan los pequeños
for Peruvian
productores en
society
los
as a
distintos
whole.
sectores
With its
agrícolas,
intervention, it
ganaderos,
has designed
acuícolas
and
y
implemented
forestales.
strategies to narrow
Importantemente,
gaps
con las
in
políticas regionales,
Peruvian
el Perú
farming.
avanzó notablemente
Peru
en la
made
aprobación de
notable
políticas en
strides
materia de
in
seguridad
improving
alimentaria
policies
y
in
nutricional,
nutrition
etiquetado
and
de
food
alimentos,
security,
sobrepeso y obesidad, alimentación escolar,
overweight,
agricultura
obesity,
familiar,
school
prácticas
food,
agroecológicas y reducción de la pérdida y
agroecological
el desperdicio de
practices, and
alimentos.
reducing or
De
reduction
igual
rather of
forma,
food waste.
a fin de frenar el impacto del
In order
COVID-19, se
to
vienen
curb the
implementando un
impact
conjunto de
of
medidas que buscan
COVID-19,
asegurar la
we have been
disponibilidad de
implementing a
alimentos
set
y
of
de esta
measures that
forma
seek
contribuir
to
a la
ensure
seguridad
the
alimentaria
availability
y
of food and thus contribute
consideramos
to food and
importante que la
nutrition
FAO
security.
logre
We
consensuar la agenda
consider that it's
regional sobre la
important for
agricultura familiar
FAO
que fuera
to
presentada en el
bring
marco del
about
lanzamiento
a
regional
consensus in
del
the
mes de
regional
la agricultura
development
familiar,
on
la
family
misma que en
farming.
Perú fue lanzado en noviembre del 2019. La FAO en el bienio
FAO
2018-2019
in
logró avances a
2018 and
través de la Alianza
2019 was
Mundial
able
por
to
el
make
Cielo,
significant
acciones que pueden ser
strides
fortalecidas
through
con recursos de los mecanismos de
World
financiamiento
Action
de las
for
convenciones
Soil
marco de las Naciones Unidas. Además,
within
avanzó en
the
impulsar proyectos normativos para combatir la pesca
United
y la tala
Nations,
ilegal.
and it also
En este
combated
contexto,
through its
el Perú
projects
definió sus metas de
illegal
adaptación
fishing
y
and
mitigación
logging.
expresadas
In
en las
this
contribuciones nacionalmente
perspective,
determinadas
sustainable
y
management of
establecieron
natural
91 medidas de
resources
adaptación
to
y
confront
62
climate
medidas de
change. In
mitigación.
2018,
Para el
Peru
Perú
defined
es una gran
its
responsabilidad ser uno de
goals
los
to
10 países
adapt
con mayor
and
superficie de
mitigate
bosques en el mundo,
as
el
expressed
segundo en
in
extensión de bosques
determined
amazónicos,
national
el cuarto en
contributions,
bosques
and
tropicales
91
y el sexto
different
en
measures
bosques
were
primarios.
adapted, 62 of
Respecto a las
which were
esferas de trabajo
mitigation.
prioritarias para el 2020-2021,
Regarding
las
priority spheres of
respaldamos
action
y
for
consideramos que las prioridades propuestas son pertinentes en
2020-2021,
un contexto de
we back
recuperación
and consider
económica
that the
post-COVID-19
priority
y
proposed
coherentes
are
con el
pertinent
enfoque de
in
sostenibilidad
the
de los
context of the
sistemas
economic
productivos que
recovery
impulsa el
after
gobierno peruano.
COVID-19, and they
Su
fall in line
implementación
with the
ayudará a recuperar la base
sustainability
productiva de pequeños y medianos
approach
productores de la
for
región.
productive systems.
Además, es importante
In
resaltar
addition,
la
it's
iniciativa de
important to
seguir
stress
involucrando la
that we need
participación
to
del sector
continue to
privado y el
involve
mundo
the
académico
private
para el
sector
impulso de
and
propuestas inclusivas que
academia
aumenten su productividad
in
y
order
que las
to
conecten a
bring
mercados
about
más competitivos.
systems to connect into a more
Respaldamos la
competitive
resolución de la Cumbre de las
marketplace.
Naciones Unidas
We back
sobre sistemas
the
alimentarios
United
2021 con
Nations
Foro Mundial para comprender
Food
y
System
gestionar mejor
Summit
las
in
complejas situaciones
2021
que
as a
afectan el
world
futuro de los
forum to
sistemas
understand
alimentarios y
and
los
better
avances
manage
de los objetivos de desarrollo
complex
sostenible,
issues
destacando un rol
affecting the
tutelar de la FAO
future
para
of food
conducir
systems. And in order to progress towards meeting the Sustainable Development Goals, it's important to involve the private sector and all stakeholders. We also support the hand-in-hand initiative put forward by the Director General of FAO as an operational model in order to bring about prosperous, inclusive rural societies. At the same time, We need to bolster the use of digital tools in food and agriculture, rural development, managing climate risks, health, and of course, paying special attention to family farming. In order to conclude, on behalf of the President of Peru, we encourage FAO to continue supporting development of the best possible responses that enable us to continue to make strides to meet the Agenda 2030 Sustainable Goals. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Peru. Mexico now has the floor. Thank you very much, Chair. Please receive a very warm from Dr. Victor Villalobos, Ministry of Agriculture. Unfortunately, it was impossible for him to participate in this event. There were logistic issues that prevented this from happening. I am going to read his presentation. President of the conference, distinguished ministers and heads of delegations, Director General, ladies and gentlemen, please receive warm greetings from the Mexican people and government in the context of this regional conference. We are convinced that it's important to renew the political will of our states and governments in making strides in farming, and this includes forestry, animal husbandry, water management, and fisheries. We need to step up our work towards food security and nutrition security, moving towards sustainable government of our peoples. We are committed to international development cooperation. One of the pillars of the UN system for peaceful coexistence is just this. The pandemic has taken the world by surprise, and our country is no exception. We have continued in our farming to be able to supply markets with products, both domestically and internationally. Nevertheless, we need to pay closer attention. The interpreters beg your pardon, but the sound is no longer reaching the booth. We do beg your pardon. Sound is broken up. We will do what we can. We need to fully provide protection as a way of acknowledging the efforts of those who are supplying these products on a regular basis. We need to work on several different levels, local, international, and we need to work interministerially and between and among countries. We need to work together in countries in the region on plant health, animal health, and food sovereignty. We need to mention that with several different representatives from the region, we've tackled issues like this. We've worked with international organizations in the region, and nationally, there have been several activities in different sectors. The experiences that we have, we'll be happy to share with other countries in this hemisphere. We need enough resources to implement programs, and this requires financial organization, international organizations, and particularly financial, economic, and even trade organizations. They must come into play. We share the philosophy of the Director General in his proposed hand-in-hand program. It's important for FAO to continue its work in the region in order to make strides towards innovation in production and digitization that has become very significant in cooperation activities. One thing to highlight is antimicrobians. And this is important when talking about food safety in Mexico. We have a reference center for FAO. At the 164th session, we discussed adjustments in the FAO budget in order to take care of health contingencies. We would like to express our conviction that the work of this organization and the significance of its programs, such as the midterm program and the biannual program, which enable us to increasingly and better day by day respond to problems. There are field activities that can balance out attention paid to production. We need to also pay adequate attention to all different states, whether they be large or small. We hope that this conference will be very fruitful and encouraging. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Mexico. Now Uruguay has the floor. From Uruguay, we would like to send our warmest greetings to all of the participants. We would like to thank Nicaragua and Minister Centeno for organizing this event, unprecedented. And we would like to thank the Director General of FAO for keeping this meeting, this session on the agenda despite the situation. These very troubled times for humanity. We would like to say a few words to ratify what's been said in all terms. We want to press once again just how unprecedented this situation is. Despite the efforts that FAO has made, we have more poverty, more hunger, and more protectionism. And on this point, we would like to highlight that it's as important to take care of ourselves and take care of those close to us. It's as important to take care of our economy and make sure that all of our citizens have bread on the table. We would like to make the following suggestions so that they can be considered for the 2020-2021 period in FAO. First of all, regarding the Sustainable Development Goals that have guided us this far, we would like to call them regenerative development goals in order to take into account the damage that we've already caused. We need to recover damage that humanity has already inflicted. Another suggestion that we'd like to share, we feel obliged to improve the circulation of food between those that produce the food and those who need it once. Just to highlight one of the limiting factors, one of the factors involved in trade, we have tariffs, quotas. We need to improve communication between those who produce, who want to export, and those who need the food. We need to keep political and ideological barriers at their minimum, as they are thwarting trade between our countries. And regarding the environment, I'd like to highlight that this pandemic is going to demand more food of us. And this is going to exert more pressure on our natural resources. There are aspects related to climate change, and we suggest in this regard setting a priority beyond just greenhouse gases. We would like to see national plans to adapt to climate change. Or Uruguay has presented its plan. We know Chile has presented its plan. We want to promote the circular economy and bolstering policies that use and conserve water. Water use and conservation policies. We also want to produce safe and nutritious food for our people. And we'd also like to highlight the potential that the blue world offers to us, both fisheries and aquaculture. Uruguay had this activity introduced in 1914, and unfortunately, we have not yet been able to fully develop it. On social issues, we support the hand-in-hand initiative of FAO. We want less aid and more support for self-sustenance. We want to preserve and enhance gender policies in order for rural women's role in producing food for humanity can be furthered. And we would like to remind you that Uruguay is at the world's disposal to work towards the Sustainable Development Goals, FAO's work, and indeed FAO has an irreplaceable role to play. We need to progress together. Nobody should be left behind. We need to move towards economically profitable agriculture that's socially and environmentally responsible and regenerative. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the Minister of Uruguay. We have thus gone through the round of interventions from the governments, and now we will start with the UN organizations and intergovernmental organizations. We're going to hear from CEPAL right now.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. Chairman, thank you very much.
En nombre de Alicia Bárcena de CEPAL.
On behalf of Alicia Bárcena, interpreters have sound interference, sorry. Congratulations to the organizers of this very significant conference, which has become a benchmark for the region. Congratulations to FAO, to all of the system, to Director General, Mr. Coop, to Mr. Verdaguer, who's a great friend of CEPAL. We've worked with him before on systems, not very recently, but there's a backdrop of joint work with him, and also on behalf of CEPAL, I'd like to say how keen we are to respond to expectations from governments so as to work actively in conjunction with FAO in the region. And insofar as possible, we in CEPAL wish to work to support these interventions and proposals and recommendations by putting at your disposal the economic information and our stock, our knowledge in intersectoral activities, our experience. And we're at your disposal, particularly in specific areas that we've worked on and on which we need to go on working in this very difficult context for the region. I'm referring to COVID-19, because clearly our populations are highly vulnerable. There's been an increase in unemployment, a decrease in economic activity, and unfortunately, agro-food systems have behaved quite resiliently. Small producers, cooperatives, and companies making up this whole fabric of production in the region, of course, have succeeded in responding to the challenges, and this has resulted in there not being any scarcity of food. As Mr. Verdeguer said in his introduction, our markets continued to be full. Fortunately, the major difficulty has been one of access, and this is by no means new, but it's been aggravated by the pandemic. We're talking here about unacceptable poverty and inequality, which has been worsened by the current context, and that's why there has been talk about the need to bring about structural changes so as to achieve more egalitarian societies. Against that backdrop, and given the major environmental challenges, soil loss of biodiversity, and also climate change, it is essential that we give a major impetus to sustainability. And this has been expressed both by the Director General and by the Director for Latin America and the Caribbean. We agree with this view that it's time to bring about a turning point. We have the opportunity to do a better job. We certainly have to invest, and we certainly have to bring about recovery. And so we in CEPAL are determined to try to walk together towards the objective of the Secretary General of the United Nations, that there can be a recovery which is qualitatively better, leading to a model that is better with a superior quality of life, a more appropriate quality of life, and of course, food systems that can be more resilient and more sustainable, and which of course reach the broad majorities of our populations in Latin America. So thank you very much. We are at your disposal for activities in the region, and we're also at the disposal of the governments represented here. Thank you very much, CEPAL's representative. Now we will hear from other observers, including non-state organizations. The Secretary for the Right to Food in Latin America and Caribbean has the floor. Thank you very much, Chairman. Good day to all of your member states and the distinguished representatives of FAO, the World Organization and the regional organization. All greetings also to civil society and representatives of science and technology represented here. Our observatory on the right to food in the Latin America and the Caribbean, as part of a university facilitated within the framework of this conference by FAO, are delighted to address you with a view to bringing about optimal results in the thinking process arising from this dialogue. We hope to help you understand that we wish to be a strategic partner when it comes to the production and validation of knowledge. Through the new associative approach that is postulated in your conference's documents, this is our aspiration to help to strengthen and build more academic networks, working hand in hand with communities, cooperation with states, the promulgation and fostering of best practice so as to transform farming activities, and we need, thus support the major objective, number 17, for the promotion of networks that are national and international. With the assistance of FAO and its platform. As to the documents for FAO and our activities in the region as an academic and scientific committee, we believe that the initiatives to change the ways in which food is produced and the in-hand initiative for the achievement of prosperous and inclusive rural societies are excellent and are a good part of the strategic reorganization that FAO is putting forward within the framework of these proposals for the transformation of food and agricultural systems. However, we would add that this is going to need working together on the part of all sectors in all countries. And we need all sectors and countries to adopt these objectives as their own. We would postulate, in particular, that the world of academia can be one that introduces greater certainty and greater assurance to the stakeholders of the appropriateness of these initiatives, because we are a science-based area. And so we would take this opportunity to ask countries to destine greater funds to the world of academia for science and technology, and also to foster associations, the private sector, small producers and food companies, food suppliers, food producers and consumers, as stated in the 46th period of sessions. We think, nonetheless, that the necessary precautions should be taken. So, because if priority is given to the private sector, certain distortions may be brought about, and there may be divergency of interests with other sectors of society and of the world of production when it comes to working to produce public sector policies which affect the system structurally. And therefore, we would recommend, and this is important for countries, states, and FAO to take on board, there needs to be a strategic approach so that we can prevent undesirable side effects and avoid any conflict of interests and avoid any greater factors bringing about exclusion. And when it comes to results and priorities, we also believe there's a need to underscore the need to work in urban and rural areas together so that these territories can be complementary and ensure that we have sustainable and inclusive results, and also foster public sector policies to decrease the gaps affecting access to digital science. The world of science can make a contribution to shortening the pandemic. And we also pay great attention to SDG number 10. As to document LARC 2010 regarding the FAO's regional priorities for food and food systems, we would say this. We need a summary of the activities carried out by FAO in the region already when it comes to helping countries to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic, particularly when it comes to food systems, food security and nutrition, and also the socio-cultural, economic and environmental aspects. And we also are in favor of the emphasis in this proposal to enable members to recover from the socio-cultural and economic and environmental effects brought about by the pandemic, while implementing the program for regional activities contained in the general framework. We also recognize the initiatives of FAO in the region with a view to helping members respond to the effects of COVID-19 pandemic, particularly with regard to the agro-food systems, food security, nutrition, and environmental, economic, and social impacts. And we are in favor of initiatives to help members to make efforts to recover to the socio-cultural, economic, and environmental effects of the pandemic, while also continuing to comply with this detailed strategic vision set out in the framework of the conference. We also, finally, under the same heading, within solutions to the current COVID crisis, we believe that malnutrition, famine, poverty, climate change, and technology are factors affecting the status of the population. So we need to foster structural policies which will make for a multidimensional approach to getting over the crisis, including factors such as paying more attention to the empowerment of small producers and support to subsidiary activities, strengthening short marketing chains, technical assistance, working in rural areas to detect circuits and territories and foster a higher profile for the rights of populations, particularly women, indigenous peoples, and Afro-descendants. We need territorial planning, and among the transversal elements, we should pay attention to sustainability and the appropriation of the world of digital science, which can be of great benefit to all of these sectors. And lastly, member states should also, in their constitutional framework, pay attention to the need to take all necessary precautions with regard to protecting rights, safeguarding rights. They need to enshrine them in their constitutions as they are in international and sub-regional agreements when it comes to food and food sovereignty and food security. Those rights need to be effectively defended, and this is the time for states to guarantee all of these economic, social, cultural, civil, and political rights, hand in hand, of course, with technological and environmental rights. We need to build up a specific response among all sectors so as to make an effective contribution to action. We also support the promotion of spaces and platforms for the exchange of information and knowledge with regard to food and agriculture in regional and national contexts. We put at the disposal of this effort such initiatives as already exist within the world of academia. Mitigating activities to COVID are fine, but this has to be tackled always with a view to the fulfillment of the SDGs for all states and for all of us as defenders of rights to food. And we need to go on working to eradicate famine. Malnutrition. Speaker has been cut off. There is no sound. Sorry.
Yes.
Thank you very much. We still have 6 speakers. They need to confine themselves to the 5-minute limit rather than going beyond, so that we can conclude this session. We are, of course, sorry for those delegations and organizations that would have wished to speak for more time, but time is limited, unfortunately. But tomorrow will be another day, as will Wednesday. The International Connection with Indigenous Women Organization now has the floor.
Buenas tardes con todos y todas. Nuevamente retomo la palabra. Saludar al nombre de la alianza que
I'm sorry to take the floor again. I'm speaking again from the women's organization, and it's very important for us to participate in this space so that you get an idea of our concerns and our recommendations. As indigenous women, peoples and nationalities, for us it's very important to mention all of the situations that we're experiencing with COVID-19. And we should also mention that societies in Latin America have met, and we want to present our concerns, considering that the pandemic deeply affected family and peasant farming and First Nation peoples and production systems, basic assets for our way of farming and having available healthy food for all consumers. I'd like to also mention that land grabbing is also an issue, as is environmental degradation and the withdrawal of acquired rights. This has augmented food insecurity, criminalization of social movements, and dislodging of the indigenous populations on the land. And we consider we're also calling upon all of the authorities in the different states to have the political will to generate public policies in order to generate harmony and consider the proposals of all of us as civil society organizations. We are very sorry to be mentioning this in these spaces, but the states have a great debt vis-a-vis our people. We have been the ones who have ensured food in these times of pandemic and prior to that for many, many years. We have not been considered in decision-making. We have not been considered by states, so that our women, and we are the ones who produce, we women are on the farms, we're on our land, and we have not been taken into account for a fair price for the food that we produce. We are always talking about healthy food and agroecological production. We also want to mention that in these times of pandemic, we have no real data from all of the different colleagues who have lost their lives and have been infected. This is of great concern to us. We need to also say that there hasn't been clarity or any assurance that the states can reactivate the economy on the land that we occupy. We are very concerned about the criminalization of our sisters. In order to live in harmony, we need basic requirements to be met in order to continue to produce and to the benefit of each and every one of you. We also call upon the authorities of all of the different states here with us that they not only generate public policies or laws or budgets. We all have a budget and laws, but unfortunately, they are no more pieces of paper that have not come to anything. We need to see them come to life on our land. We're not taking into account the peoples and indigenous women in decision-making, where decisions are made. We need to be considered, including organizations and social movements and the measures to tackle COVID-19. We need to work urgently amongst beneficiaries of the peoples in the countryside so that they can access the benefits of these measures, including access to subsidies and grants, and also complementary and comprehensive health, community care for peasants, persons, Afro-descendants, rural workers, fisher folk, men and women who are young, and people who have disabilities. People who are facing challenges that have been exacerbated by this pandemic. We need to face this together, this crisis that's underway, which is also a food crisis, and it is impacting the food sovereignty of our peoples. We can also mention that as indigenous peoples, we have been able to apply our own age-old wisdom to combat this, and it's very important for this to be considered, for all of this work to be done in actual fact and not just appear on a piece of paper. I am speaking on behalf of the liaison for the region. We're still building our proposals, and we need to press our requests in order for us to move forward equitably. We also need to work in reciprocity and cooperation. It's very important for us to cooperate on an even playing field. We need to continue pressing our points, acting as watchdogs, and speaking to international fora like this. Thank you very much for your attention.
Gracias.
Thank you very much. From the Association of Indigenous Women. I now give the floor to the representative of the Parliamentary Front Against Hunger in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much, Chair. And greetings, I'm Jairo Flores. I'm a member of parliament from Guatemala, and I have the honor of coordinating the Parliamentary Front Against Hunger for Latin America and the Caribbean. Send our greetings to the Director General of the FAO, Dr. Chu Dong-yu, and Mr. Verdeguer and his team in the regional office of the FAO, as well as the other regional officers for their support and commitment. And I'd like to thank you for your invitation to this 36th session of the FAO Regional Conference. We also send our greetings to the authorities of our brothers in Nicaragua who have made this event possible with the participation of all delegations. For us as policymakers, it's key to be here to put the voice of these parliaments to the world, because it is incumbent upon us to ensure that we have adequate policies to fight hunger and malnutrition and to achieve a Sustainable Development Goal 2, and to put that topic on the table for discussion. The Parliamentary Front Against Hunger is a parliamentary group which brings together over 500 members of parliament who work together. It was created in 2009 with support from the FAO and Spanish Cooperation Agency, as well as support from Mexico. Today, we are present in 21 national congresses, 4 regional parliaments, Parlatino, Parlasur, Parlacen, and Parlandino. And we have major allies in many sectors, such as academia, the business world, civil society, and other parliamentaries. Audio connection has been interrupted. Continue. In Spain, which is a very important ally. This biennium, with FAO's support, we have worked towards becoming a world reference point, as set out in the official document on results and priorities for the conference, FAO's conference for the region. During this period, 7 countries in this period of pandemic adopted laws that contribute to nutrition, labeling, overweight, school food, family farming, agroecology practices, food donations, and many more, which are very important right now. Notwithstanding these achievements, it's important to recall that we need to step up our efforts. COVID will cause a regression to the progress that we've made, and particularly it will have an effect on hunger figures. So it's very important, given this food crisis that we're facing, that we all work together, because it's not impossible to achieve a Sustainable Development Goal 2. We are very concerned about the issue of the pandemic. There are many concerns. This year, we have legislated to attempt to halter the crisis. We've come up with special budgets, and we've also made sure that we control these budgets so that the money reaches the people who most need it. Just to give you an example, I can tell you that generally and nationally, we have a school food law in Ecuador, family farming purchasing in Colombia, an agrarian law in Paraguay, family farming in Guatemala, which is in its second debate, and a draft on reducing food waste in Chile and Guatemala, and many other important pieces of legislation nationally. Audio is interrupted. Continue. The Parliamentary Front has major commitments and works with Sustainable Development Goal 2 together with FAO. In the light of all of the above, we endorse FAO's statement in this conference, recognizing the need to strengthen policies, rules, and institutional frameworks to transform food systems to make them healthy, sustainable, and achieve more prosperous, inclusive rural societies, prioritizing territories and regions that are most vulnerable. And this is something that we discussed in the last few weeks with the Director General of the FAO. We'll be working hand in hand so that no one is left behind. Lastly, we welcome FAO's technical support of the Parliamentary Front through its regional representatives, its regional officers, and the Spanish Cooperation Agency and Mexican Agency working towards Americas Without Hunger. All of these working towards zero hunger region. Once again, on behalf of the parliaments that I represent, we put to FAO and to all of you this proposal that we seek to ensure this crisis does not become more acute and prevent us from achieving our goals. You have our every support, and we hope that together we will be able to make major achievements and achieve targets to make sure that there are increasingly fewer children who suffer chronic malnutrition and hunger in the world. Thank you. Thank you, Regional Coordinator of the Parliamentary Front Against Hunger. I now give the floor to the representative of the International Cooperative Alliance.
Buenas tardes. Agradezco la posibilidad de la FAO.
Good afternoon. I thank the FAO for this opportunity, for giving the private sector this opportunity. I'm representing the private sector here. The private sector, together with cooperatives and a social economy, brings together some 90% of employment in our countries. And so it's a key partner to fight poverty. The impetus and investment that we see from private sector and throughout the food chain is essential, given the challenge of helping millions of people to come out of hunger. This would not be possible without a highly productive agricultural sector driven by technological sustainable innovation. Impacts of COVID-19 and the challenges of the food systems, i.e. sustainability and climate change, among others, require us to take a more reflective look to the needs of the private sector. When it comes to regulations of the food system, we should go from punishing to encouraging, from taxing to making companies more productive and competitive, to educating in healthy diets. Despite the crisis, to date, we have made every effort to ensure that markets are kept supplied. So more now than ever, we need positive focused policies. And by that, I mean not just adequate policies to strengthen the whole productive chain that ensures the continuity of supplies. Without that, we would suffer structural changes that would be damaging. I want to say that we are part of a very broad private system that operates locally and internationally in rural and urban areas, in the formal sector and the informal sector, and very diverse business contexts located in very different countries. For this reason, we need different policy frameworks according to the productive reality in each region and sector. But they must be structured and coordinated between them so that we can all continue to finding the right solutions to the problems that affect us all. We are frontline stakeholders. And our work will change the challenges that we're facing. We must think and act differently, doing and proposing. If we only do and propose the same, we cannot ensure transformation of the food system. We are here to find solutions to the problem that our society is going through. We need to look further and seek alternative focuses with comprehensive approaches. For instance, in healthy food, we need to look at habits and lifestyles holistically. In the countryside, we need to reduce the informal sector We need to give access to technology and financing. And when it comes to climate change, we need policies that encourage entrepreneurship and innovation, all under balanced regulatory frameworks that are efficient. With all of these considerations, we think that dialogues that are being held between the public and private sphere are excellent, allowing us to build programs adapted to real needs in each component of the food system. We firmly believe that there are positive experiences of relations between governments, institutions, producer associations that have achieved important progress in various countries. We would like to thank the FAO for the opportunity that it gives to the private sector to express its concerns and give its contributions in this very relevant forum. And therefore, we are available to the institution and its stakeholders to work together to create dialogue and find joint solutions to ensure more sustainable, inclusive, healthy food systems. Thank you, FAO. Thank you, Chair of the conference. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Thank you, Regional Director. Thank you. We are now about to conclude the interventions. We just have one more two interventions. So I give the floor to the representative of Nicaragua, followed by Argentina. Microphone for the speaker, please. Good afternoon. We're going to present the current situation with COVID-19 in Nicaragua and its response to COVID-19 when it comes to key food areas, as well as food security and nutrition. With regard to this matter, until today, we have 4,200 reported cases of COVID-19. Figures have dropped in the last week or so, particularly with regard to cases amongst the age group of 29 to 50. This is very important because it shows that the most affected are people who are economically active. You can see the figures for deaths on the screen here. Particularly, there have been deaths in males and those aged 60 and over. For us, it's important to note that there are three key aspects related to our preparation and response to COVID-19 pandemic in our country, related to one, strengthening the health system from 2007 to 2020 as one of our government's priorities. In this period, in the 2 months before the appearance of the first case, we also worked on a number of actions. And I'd like to note that our model is a family community health model, the foundation of which is promotion and prevention of illnesses, and the services we offer are totally free of charge. To tackle COVID, our network of services was strengthened from 2007 to 2020. During that time. We now have 147 health centers, over 1,000 health posts, and 167 midwives, 80 mobile clinics, and we have 2,700 other health professionals. It's very important to note that in the run-up to the first cases, we started working on this as of January on a protocol for a response to the risk of COVID-19. And by February, we had that protocol strengthening the system. We established preventive measures. We had a communications plan. We established 19 hospitals in which COVID would be cared for, both in private and public sectors. And we also made sure that we had the relevant medical supplies needed. The actions taken included primary services, hospitals, equipping intensive care with basic healthcare equipment. We also organized health visits, going house by house to give preventive information on for early detection of cases and to give treatment and save lives. We also monitored people who came into the country and people who were diagnosed with COVID. With regard to continuity of services during the pandemic, Nicaragua ensured continuity of its health actions with medical care, priority programs, anti-epidemic actions, as well as a COVID response. We have all information with information promoting breastfeeding, growth control, development of children, and others. Despite the pandemic, we also carried out our 2020 nutritional census to find out the status of the population and to carry out actions with children very quickly. I just want to give you the results of this census. Found that from 0 to 60 months with acute malnutrition, there were 4.6% of children. That's down from 5.8% in 2016. Chronic malnutrition in 2020 stood at 10%. In 2016, that was 13.7%. Malnutrition, excess malnutrition in 2020, 6%, down from 8.5%. Obesity also dropped from 2.6% to 2.6% from some 4% in 2016. Also, this reflects data from children aged 6 to 14 years. Malnutrition also dropped from some 4 to 3%, 3.2% in 2020. Chronic malnutrition down from 9.3 to 8.2%, overweight down from 9 to 5.5% in 2020. Obesity was also reduced. So the impact of work has been very important. We've also made an effort to monitor, and the results of this are clear. We shall continue to work on this in our health area, continue carrying out measures related to nutrition as one of our government's priorities, working together with our brother countries. Thank you very much. Thank you. We shall now end the round of interventions with the Republic of Argentina, which is one of the countries that requested to intervene more than once. You have the floor, Argentina. Thank you very much, dear Chair, for giving me the floor. Again, it's an honor. It has been an honor. It was an honor to take the floor first, and now closing this round of interventions. I will take only 2 minutes, so you won't have to ring the bell at me. Now, right now, at this point in the agenda, we are referring to the documents that include the FAO's 3 initiatives for the region. And this intergovernmental space is where we must discuss definition of these, because that will ratify the good procedural practice set out in the FAO's basic texts, known as the bottom-up approach, from the regional conference up to the FAO's governing bodies. So here I would just like to draw your attention to something that we already expressed in writing and that I'm sure is not against the proposal, but on the contrary enriches it. And that's the need to clarify the concept of sustainable development or sustainable agriculture. These concepts, Chair, always involve the three areas of sustainability, the three pillars, which are indivisible and which we ask be expressly reflected in Regional Initiative 3, which is under discussion at this point in the agenda. These three indivisible pillars are the environmental dimension, the economic dimension, and the social dimension. With regard to the other documents, we shall refer to those when we come to those items on the agenda in the coming days. Thank you very much. I've kept my promise, Chair. Representative Ambassador of Argentina, indeed, your intervention took just a little bit over 2 minutes. Thank you very much. So we have now come to the end of our interventions. We've heard 31 interventions in total. It's been a very rich morning and contributions for this 36th session of the FAO Regional Conference, which is achieving its goal. It's a historical conference in terms of participants, but also in the wealth of the contributions that we are hearing, which will certainly be taken up in the final report. We have delegations who are members of the drafting committee, which will now meet in a separate room, which you can access through the link that you were already sent. So I invite delegations to communicate with each other. We call upon you to be punctual to start that session in 10 minutes. Secretary of the conference, do you have anything to add at this stage? Yes, thank you. Very briefly. One, just to build on what you've just said, we had 11,000 users taking part in the conference, following us through YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook Live. 11,000 connections. We had 4,700 visitors in addition to our official website. 350 delegates officially connected to the session via Zoom. These facts are historical. With a view to time management, tomorrow and going forward, the pre-registration has already been closed for interventions. Any delegations that wants to take the floor can raise their hand virtually if they have not pre-registered. And as we had sound problems with the delegation of Haiti, the Prime Minister's speech will be available on the website in French and English as of tonight and in Spanish as of tomorrow morning. That's all, Chair. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Secretary. So we now close the inaugural session of the 36th session of the FAO Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean. We will be back tomorrow at 7 a.m. sharp, and I ask you please to be punctual. We will start at that time So from Nicaragua, we send you our greetings. We thank you for your participation. And we close the session for today. Thank you very much. Warm regards.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Great. Have a good day. You have a second time, huh? You are 10 seconds more, huh? You speak louder. Okay. Have a nice evening. Bye-bye.
No está, güey, dice.
Ulises, por favor, estoy tratando de entrar desde otro computador. Si me das permiso, te lo agradezco. Corto aquí desde el celular.